little while, but, you know, we've seen a lot of great plays come in. I think these guys can do a little bit better. In order to lead us into the next games, we have Sundown, we have GB.
Oh yeah,
Boys.
yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, I was gonna go for the fist pump, but then you ended up going for the high five, and I think that worked out way better.
Well,
all right.
I always like to commit, because then even if they go for it, it's paper covers rock, and I'm up 1-0.
Wow, that's good logic. No wonder why you keep beating Zeke in rock, paper, scissors. And so has the rest of the community. All right, folks, it's time to dive in to the next few games of NAEs. Let's hop into the action. Let's have some fun and talk about some competitive Fortnite. And right now, we're already seeing some quality names here. We got Fiber and Class. Actually going to be pressured by some stinkers down low over, and we're in that half in, half out biome area there, with half of that grass being outside, and then you're going to have the ice. And this is going to determine, you know, where those circles are going to go, because when you get over to the ice area, you're going to deal with a lot of steep cliffs that are very, very annoying to navigate.
Yeah, that variable terrain can make it incredibly difficult for players to rotate. You generally want to establish yourself up high, because it's easier to rotate from top down, but it's much harder to establish that high ground control because everybody wants it, as Leafer picks up Luxury Cherry, and we're inside our top 20 duos.
And you see it right there, folks. The half in, half out circle for Circle Storm Phase 5, I should say, is going to be more in that snowy terrain. There's going to be a cliff there as well, so bear in mind for that. And Karizia is going to try and push his fight in, get ownership of this, and okay, plays around intelligently. He's going to move around now and get ownership, and does manage to secure it, but the opponent throws down the ramp to try and defend, but simply was not enough, and all of that loot, all of the resources will go to Karizia.
Yeah, good little pickup there. You saw him chasing Tahi for a while, and also good awareness to not walk into the trap that was up on the ceiling in the box over. Really good pressure coming out, and it looks like Karizia is a solo rider, so taking advantage of one of those other solo riders and getting him that much closer to the first placement threshold. But now we're on board with Merkins, Predator, and Perplexity, who we saw challenging towards one of those qualifying spots. They're on the top part of the ladder, and right now putting pressure over on this side of the circle.
Taking a few shots there with the tactical shotgun. You know, it's a good weapon, but it doesn't have that range that the combat shotty does, even then, though, maybe just going for a few shots willy-nilly. Now, bear in mind, though, there's going to be a player right in front of Perplexity, and I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Zygi did not see that. His teammate goes in immediately, try and get the cleanup, and they do manage to secure that one. That is going to be the third elimination for this duo.
That might be one of the ones where you're asking your teammate, where's the comms, bro? As his teammate grabs the baller and just dips. He says, sorry, my bad. Watch out, there's a heavy sniper over there, by the way. As he gets to watch that reboot card drop. We also have Wiggs hanging out just above the Merkin duo. Cease and Elevate also currently occupying the highest mark of the zone and looking back around.
I also saw Hydra, too, another player that we see a lot in the top-level competition. Seen that name a few times. You can have a few folks looking around here in the high ground, identifying where they're going to be some of the trouble spots, too. And look at where they're going to be positioned here, Cease and Elevate. They have their back to the storm wall, which is that blue circle that is going to be around all these players here. So anyone that's going to push, they're going to have to go right through them. And given the kit that they have, as far as Cease is concerned, if players maybe go above him, he can take advantage of that purple combat shoddy, which has some exquisite range and decent DPS, as well as the drum gun too. But now here we go. The movement's going to begin. Let's see if Cease and Elevate can get some stragglers off of this rotation.
Yeah, it does have the 730 ammo in the drum gun. Gonna opt to go with the combat spray. Not necessarily sure I enjoy that choice as they get farther away, but was able to pick up Wally between him and Elevate's teamfire, cracking the shields and getting that one done. And now you can see they're immediately building aggressively across, but Cease is stopping to check the backside, seeing if there's any quick elims they can pick up. Fiber and Class were looking to take away the high ground, but Elevate just goes up one more level. Now what they need to be aware of is the high zone on the opposite side and see if they can force someone down there. Some good tags from that drum gun, but it doesn't look like they're going to get any form of control. And a great snipe catching JT in that literal Achilles heel.
Think about just the fact that they had so many benefits from that push there, right? All those players pushing around them, and just because they were able to get 1 or 2 eliminations out of that is a lot of value that they get, because that's going to bring more duos out of this game. It's going to yank them, I should say, out of this game and get them that much closer to the placement points there, which should be in effect right now. 15th place, and everyone in here is going to get 3 points. We're waiting for that next placement threshold, which will be top 10, 5 points total. Let's see, though, how Hydra now, player who I talked about earlier, is going to do. 6 eliminations currently for Hydra.
Yeah, and I mean, Bala was talking about it. We talk about these high-impact lobbies. We have 3 of the top 5 teams are in this lobby all together as Predator gets taken down. So him and Perplexity are no longer going to be in it. Cease and Elevate in this match as well. Tektra and Eclipse up on the high ground, still hanging out as Hydra picks up Blossom. Class gets taken down as well. Him and Fiber were that duo as we're into the top 10. Wiggs gets the knock and the confirm onto Tektra as Plexi gets Eclipse as well. So now Eclipse, that #1 duo, is completely out of it.
The range from that gold combat shotgun is absurd. And then he's going to get the boom bow on Fiber, and then the follow-up with the shotgun yet again. And then he opts to drop it. He goes and snags himself. I think that was a stinker there that he ended up grabbing. And he could use that stinker in this close range. He tosses it out. Maybe he can get a few tags, and look at the way that this circle is going to be moving and where that safe zone is going to be located. Leafer is going to go all the way down low. Elevate and Cease have the high ground, but Elevate's going to be dangerously low on HP. He's going to have 9 actual HP, but 59 effective with the shields that are going to be in play here. Now we're going to be sitting in the top 4 with the duos that remain. 5 players left in this one. Hydra looking to defend from the players that are going to be in the high ground. Leafer, who went down low earlier on, might be running into Flo, and Flo's going to be just underneath half health there. Cease and Elevate continuing to patrol up above, and that's going to be a combo for Hydra. Manages to take out one, knocking out a player there. That's going to leave us with just 1 player left, and it's Hydra, the player who I highlighted earlier. But I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Cease is down low on his HP, but Hydra gets the down, and then Elevate just 9 HP there. Can he follow up with the elimination? Hydra, he's going to be boxed outside, getting tagged by the Storm, and that's going to do it. But what a valiant effort there from Hydra to try and snag that victory from the jaws of defeat. And it just was not meant to be, but a valiant effort indeed.
Honestly, kind of got a feel for Hydra there, because it seemed like he panic built a little bit and threw a couple cones in his own face and then couldn't get the edits off. He would have had the opportunity, only needing the 59 HP, but Elevate was able to track back over the Storm and get it done. However, Hydra rocking out with 10 plus elims, also getting the 7th placement points. So not a bad performance there, just clear of a 20-point game for them. But now we're on board with Jamper and Paper, another duo who we saw right up towards that top spot.
And Paper's out of the game, so Jamper will be a solo rider here. Gonna have players, I think it was a rocket that ended up landing on Jamper's box. And get a little bit of a reset here. Has a decent amount of resources. Also, you're going to have Smacked and Chance going over to Niddle and Casper. Or Casker? I'm assuming it's Casper.
I think so, but, you know, you're never quite so sure with these guys loving to replace the names. I mean, honestly.
I said Smacked was smocked last week.
Yeah, that's true, but you know, when your name is Smacked and then all of your kind of like logo and signage is all like smoked base.
Hey,
you know?
the Impact
so it's a little confusing.
Impact team said they do that for everybody.
That's fair enough. That makes sense. But now we're on board here. We have Jamper, like you talked about, was the solo rider. And again, the significance of these matches is huge, because when you're on the top of the table, any delay in your ability to get points, somebody else isn't going to face that. Somebody else is going to be clutching up, because this is Fortnite. There are so many players capable of making unreal plays that if you aren't doing it, somebody else will, as Jamper grabs that baller and goes to make his move to try and get over to that half-in, half-out zone.
Yeah, well, that was... could have gotten really, really bad there for Jamper, whose baller, I think, is way below, like around 25% health remaining on that baller, just above that. but was able to get out of there, not without taking a few shots. There's going to be a player sitting in front of him in a box up ahead. We'll be in this safe zone too, and there's going to be someone right next to him who actually drops and parks right in front of Jamper. He puts the trap down. Now he's going to start to get pressure from the left side. Jamper's playing by himself here. He's going up against a duo that's trying to get the better of him, but oh no, it's Cloaksy! It's Cloak, and I can't believe it that Jamper was able to catch Cloak seemingly looking at him.
I mean, it looks like he just straight up almost 1v2 Tfue and Cloaksy. The trap was going off. They were able to destroy it, took the baller with it. Tfue is trying to continue to just get the touch revive to slow it up, but Jammer will get the conversion on that.
Wow.
And Cloaksy's run is over. Tfue will now be the solo party as we zoom in here on to Nanolite, who has an absurd angle.
And
My
what's
Lord.
crazy about that situation with Jamper was he got there first. He set up his box, and then out of nowhere, he just sees someone parks right in front of him. And you're like, what's going on here? He owns the wall, so he immediately edits out to try and pick up the elimination. I'm just blown away by that whole sequence of events. And then I'm also blown away, as you had mentioned, Sundown, this angle that Nanolite has. It's a darn good angle. And what's the other thing with our observers looking at the solo riders right now? We're getting a lot of solo riders here, which I can appreciate. That's the struggle.
I mean, to be fair, there is 7 of them out there, but Tidap catches the rocket with his teeth. He says, don't worry, guys. I'll eat this one. You guys go on without me.
To the face.
To the face and back to the lobby. Nanolite picking up the 2 minis as well. Then he's immediately going to recheck that angle, looking for somebody to play Luke Goblin on all of those mats. And now one thing, just going back to that little play by Jamper, if there's one criticism I could give Tfue and Cloaksy, it's when they rotate. They sometimes wait a little too long. But that was the play I was talking about. Nanolite waiting for somebody to play Luke Goblin. The thing is, he's going to do it again because those shadow bombs, the bandages, all the mats. Nope, instead he's going to say, yoink, these are mine now.
I think he earned
Goodbye.
it. I think Nanolite earned that one, man. If you think you're going to go and be a Luke Goblin, go nom, 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 nom on all of those items and ammunition and resources, you got another thing coming. Nothing's for free here in competitive Fortnite. You never know who's going to be looking at it. But now on board with Tfue, who has literal hundreds of thousands of people watching him right now, but we're going to be taking a look from his perspective with that spectator POV, kind of get an idea of what he may be missing, and then see how he plays around that. A pick there onto Massive is going to give him 1.
And that was a huge rotation because he actually took the jump pad back over to his old builds and then was able to immediately edit himself down. If those weren't his old builds, he would have been caught out. But now because he got himself to that edge, he can rely on the shadow bombs to just kind of stall and wait. 16 duos remaining, and he wants to be in the top 15. Loses his double hop there because his feet did manage to set. So now going to work his way over to the far side and just try and box up. There he is now on the side, doing a little bit of a Billy Goat impression as Snood picks up Ifa, and Snood is still in the match as well. Getting the confirmation there as 26 players are left, 16 duos. 1 more needs to fall for those 3 points to come out as Tfue pops the shadow bomb and gets moving.
Yeah, so close here, but the smart movement by Tfue is going to be another shadow bomb player right next to him. Does he have traps? He does have 1 trap to try and block him in, but Festival, it's not going to be necessary. He gets the elimination, bringing him up to 70 shields there. Took some damage out of that fight and did not need to use that trap. That's 2 elims for Tfue, and now the movement's going to begin once more with that shadow bomb.
Right, but Thwifo up on ultimate high. He's about 6 blocks higher than anyone else.
Players are here.
Tfue, this is just a who's who of the NA East Fortnite crew on this mid-target, but we did hit top 15, so 3 more points coming out for Tfue. Next threshold will be that top 10. But what Tfue is looking for, does have the door pre-edited, will pop out with the shadow bomb. He had 6 going into the rotation plus the launch pad. Now he's going to use it to get over the far side of the zone and reset as we're now on board with Casker and Niddle.
And there's a player that's going to fall right in front of him. That's white damage being registered. That boy Shivzy is going to be out of the game here, courtesy of the purple combat shoddy from Casker. That will be 6 eliminations for this duo. Going to take a moment to pop that med kit up above. You're going to have Twifo and Snood still holding up above. Nanolite, who's had a miracle run here, still going to be in this one. Right in that mid area, but will be pressured by the Ghost duo up above. And Tfue going to have to deal with a rocket that decided to blow up his home. And then here comes the smokes.
Yep.
Or the stinkers, excuse me.
Getting the stinkers down. Just trying to get
Nanolite.
runs him over, and it also, that put him into the top 10. Nanolite did get the 2 points before going down, but Tfue, all of a sudden, on this run, has earned him and Cloak 8 points as a solo rider. So that play from Jamper at the start might not have been enough. Tfue's about to hit that final placement threshold. Bucky goes down, Niddle gets the confirmation onto Natty, so Niddle's slaying out the lobby, while Tfue's being like, don't mind me, I'll be on the far side of the zone and just be safe. Into the top 5 now, 10 points on the solo adventure from Tfue, and he gets away from the disengage. Can he clutch up right now, though?
He gets into the water, but needed to establish a build quickly, or else you're going to be dealing with the water, and that is going to slow your movement. But Cairo will knock out Tfue. He's going to go back to the lobby, but a great run there, without a doubt, from Tfue. Now, it's going to be Snood and Twyfo up above. Casker and Niddle, the last duo remaining here against the Ghost duo. Niddle, Casker looking to hold this one down. They have the builds to be able to do it. Meanwhile, Ghost, they don't have those builds. They're only going to have one build for Snood, and I wonder how many more left for Twyfo here. Niddle, Casker continuing to just box this out. Don't give him an angle to work with, but there goes Explodes. Knocks him down. Is going to catch him a little off guard. Casker coming out from behind, and this should lock it up for them. And yes, it does. Casker and Niddle, what a heads-up play there. Going outside into the storm and then popping up behind Ghost like that. Very well done.
Nobody expects the storm flank. 72 hours invented it, but we've seen players perfect it. Brilliantly done from Casker, him and Niddle. 21 points in that match, launching them up to 53.
What a crazy ending there. Going outside of the storm. No, as you said, no one expects it, but that was one heck of a game that we just witnessed. But now, moving on though. You're going to have Reverse 2K, who qualified for solos, looking to get qualified for doubles as well, for duos. Trying to bring Ninja to the Fortnite World Cup Finals in New York City with him. Of course, we'll see Ninja in 2 weeks at the Pro-Am, the block party.
Summer block party, get your tickets, get in there, make sure you hang out with DJ Zeke. I heard he's all right. DJ Sundow's not a huge fan of him, but, you know, he's got to do
I heard there's like a little rivalry there, you know?
Yeah, you know, he's okay. Sometimes he just presses play, though. But, you know, if you asked him what the difference between DJing and producing a song was, he'd probably just look at you funny and be like, I don't know, man. But now you see Reverse pop that Shadow Bomb and gonna get his rotation on. Did get the conversion onto that Elim, so up to the 40 points right now. Him and Ninja sitting on 6 elims so far for this match, so not too bad there as Tickers goes down to Hansen. You know, just an aside real quick on DJ Zeke. I heard he plays a lot of his music off of an off-brand MP3 player. I mean, so, what else would you expect? You've seen the way he dresses. You know, but, I mean, we'll have to see at the summer block party. Hopefully you'll join us there, but now we're going to have Falter and Colin Frags, another quality duo in NA East. One that I don't think we give a lot of love to. You know, there are a lot of people to talk about, but whenever you see Falter and Colin Frags on your screen, you can expect a good showing, typically from this duo. Yeah, one thing in particular about Colin is he is able to play the aggressive game so well compared to a lot of other players. He puts himself in positions to take advantage of other players' mistakes, and a lot of the time you won't expect him to be there. I kind of equate it a little similar to Benji Fishy and Mr. Savage, where there's not one thing they particularly do well, but all of the little things they're always doing just slightly faster. His edits are slightly better. He's on his right hand a half second before you. He's on his rotation a little bit earlier. He knows to check the sides like that, and he picks up Raised by Kings, Triz right there, and a whole bunch of loot to go with it. Yeah, well, that's going to reap the benefits of that for sure. I guess you could say it's kind of like Booga, right? Like the quick editing, the very fast and meticulous play, the split-second decision-making. A lot of these players, though, have been so impressive, constantly showing us what they're capable of. Now, I'd mentioned at the start, we're at this snow biome. I mentioned this earlier on, but remind everyone once again, maybe our viewers a little unfamiliar, maybe watching competitive Fortnite for the first time. This snow biome area over here, you're going to have a lot of steep cliffs, just as you see, and players are going to have to really navigate this terrain in order to come out with a win. Reverse actually waited until Falter tried to take off and was able to pick him separate from his partner. So able to get Falter separated from Colin Frags and pick that one up. So good play from reverse there. Unfortunately, Hida cleans him up outside of that top 15. Leo also going down to Calculator outside the top 15. Ops gets knocked as Daxter also gets knocked. So again, we talk about those leaderboard significant matchups. 2 of the top 10 duos in this match right now able to affect each other as now we hit top 15. 3 of them as Hornet gets dropped out as well, and Ops gets confirmed over by Knight. Roas in here as well. This is what you need to do if you want to qualify. You need to take home matches like this.
This is a very stacked lobby, and not just because there's some big names, but it's because of what it means with every interaction that we're going to see take place here. You got Trappy and Sampa with that high ground, seeing 2 players up above, but Sampa immediately getting punished as soon as he pokes. But then Hida, the player who ended up taking out reverse 2K, ends up falling there. And that's going to be Sampa now with this ultimate high ground. As those players, Hida and his teammate, ended up getting knocked down. There goes the Shadow Bomb that's out in effect for Trappy to be able to use. They're going to need this for this next rotation. Let's see how this works out. There you go.
They're waiting, trying to find an opportunity. Again, 6 duos remaining, but only 9 players. So 3 solo riders are out there, and that's it. Calculator goes down outside of the top 5. He misses out on 2 points, and Trappy's going to pick that one up. Roat gets Sir Wings, and it's a 2v1v1 with Trappy working from high ground down.
Trappy waiting for the moment here. This is going to get very intense because he's looking for that player to run out. And he needs to get it through the cracks, and he manages to thread the needle there against Mikey and does it with a rather massive needle of the shape of that rocket launcher. Sampa's going to get knocked down, though. That's going to leave us here with 3 duos remaining, as previously noted by Sundown. Blue T and Roat, DW, they're going to get the better of Gratska. Now we're going to have a 2v2. Sampa's going to be in the low ground. Trappy hanging out up above, and he's going to get that high ground, and Roat, DW will not have an opportunity to get control of it. And then Roat is going to get tagged a lot, and he is going to go down. That's going to leave it all up to Blue T. The Herculean task of being able to win this game. Does get the high ground from Trappy. Trappy trying to wrestle control back again, but it's going to be the entire duo up above Blue T. What is Blue T's play? As he slows down, pops a mini, gets the shields back, but he's going to get eaten up there by Trappy. GG, the victory royale. Wonderfully done. But for now, let's send it back into the studio with Pooks.
Thank you so much, GB. Those games are absolutely explosive. I am here with Bala. Bala, it's my understanding that we've got some really good clips from some pretty big names to take a look at.
Yeah, we had some awesome games, some awesome endings. First, we're going to start with, of course, the guy Cease. And, you know, in the end game, a lot of people are uncomfortable with that heavy sniper, but Cease makes it look easy on the rotate. But what I want to touch on right there is when he gets knocked out with that RPG, instantly ripped. He already knew that that was the play and takes Elevate to safety. Both of them getting out there untouched, but Hydra went on a little bit of a tear, almost clutched up without his teammate. I mean, GB said we're always watching these solo riders, but hey, if they clutch up, that's what I want to see. I also notice in the feed right now, Wiggs, one of those controller players, taking out Tetra and Eclipse, so that might be huge, but regardless, Hydra, this shot with the boom bow and then following it up with a combat shotgun, hey, that's like a double, that's a double plump or a double pump right there. That's awesome. Now the combat shotgun coming in clutch against Leafer, but what happens after this is in the zone, he actually takes out Cease, but guess what? Elevate is going to do a great job here. Cease was trying to keep him in the zone, and then when all that failed, Elevate gets the ramp over at the last second that keeps him in the zone. Watch this right here. When Cease goes down, Hydra tries to come out of the zone, boom! That ramp over was what secured him the game right there. Elevate, I mean, it doesn't look like much, but that little decision, that little build, he only had 3 builds remaining, he still made it work. Regardless, moving forward, Casker, what a game he had, taking out Shivzy here, right, as he just drops into his box. And I mean, I want to just talk about the coordination by this duo. You saw how they went together right there editing down on the Cairo, but watch this. Look how they come from both sides with the RPG to synchronize all this. Casker goes out the zone, knocks him out, both from both different directions. What can you do if you're Snoot or Thwifo? They're both looking at Niddle, and Casker's going to be able to clean that up. Watch from Casker's perspective. Goes out in the zone with the RPG, knocks it all down. Niddle is on the other side, perfectly coordinated to get this pinch, even the cone on the Thwifo to, add insult to injury. That is what I call synchronization between the duos. Oh my goodness, that was beautiful.
We have seen some incredible synergy today, not just in this region, but all regions overall. But speaking of this region, why don't we take a look at the standings, Bala?
Yeah, Nut and Tuxi taking the lead right now in first place with 76 points. So, I mean, 3 games remaining, 3 victory royales. That's, the lead in terms of everybody else except down here at TF Cole and Legedian. That's, you coming in the first place, you still have a little bit of time left. The queues are about to close here in NA East. So that's what I want to, that is amazing to be right there. They're doing what they need with their time. But regardless, the rest of this standings, Tetra and Eclipse are still up there, regardless of the fact that, they went down early in that game that we just saw. And then Hornet and Tickers, they're hanging around still. Obviously, Mega and Dubs, Cease and Elevate, they came up in the first place with that game that they had as well, the clutch by Elevate. They're both qualified. So right now, as it stands, Pookie, Nut and Tuxi, Tetra and Eclipse, they're hanging on. Hornet and Tickers are the people who are going to New York. But we still have some time to play. We still got some games to go.
We do. Why don't we just get right back into those games? GB and Sundown, take it away.
Thank you so much, Pookie and Bala. I mean, those standings, it's so incredibly close. You can see Nut and Tuxi. Honestly, I called Nut out, I believe it was in week 5, or no, it was in week 4 when him and his partner Zundi popped off on the Saturday, and I was like, hey, you know what? I don't expect to see it again on Sunday. Haven't seen that kind of repeat performance, but we've seen Tuxi popping off a ton. So that new duo all the way up in that first spot. And also want to give a call out to the duo in 10th place, Ronaldo and Ziff. No, there is definitely a little bit of drama going around between them, but did serve their time, serve their punishment, and now have been incredibly consistent in shooting range of one of those top spots. It's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, the bubble there, again, to reference that, it's so close. 67 points, I believe, was going to be for the third qualified eligible player there, because you had Dubs and Mega and oh my goodness, and Cease and Elevate, sorry. So you had the FaZe and 100 Thieves duo, there sitting in spots 2 and 3. And that knocks things down a little bit. And bear in mind that we saw some players were at 65 points, 2 points differential there, and we have plenty of games left. 3 games basically amongst a majority of the group there, 3-2, I would say. There's still so much left to play for, but Nut and Tuxi, huge shout out to them, man. What a day they're having.
Hey, don't take your foot off the gas. You're almost there. Close your games out. What it takes to be one of the duos in New York City is being the best of the best, and you need to prove it in the final few matches, because we've seen so many of these games, so many of those spots come down to whether or not you get a victory royale, whether or not you get that elim, whether or not you go and get the resources from somebody else's elim. But now we're on board here with Devious and Frosty from Luminosity Gaming.
And they're going to be very far away from that northern part, right where that half-in, half-out circle is going to be located. They do have some movement along with that rift to go. So maybe they can take advantage of that. There's also going to be a community launch pad that will be available. So yeah, go for it. Why not, right? If it's available, you don't need to burn a resource. You don't need to burn something that's going to be very important for you in the long run. Might as well take full advantage of it. And Devious is going to sail right across alongside with his teammate here.
And one thing to note, as soon as he landed, because he landed on top of somebody else's build, he immediately throws down a cone, just in case there is somebody in that block underneath. That way there is a layer in between them. So if anything, they have to edit and then heavy snipe or pressure on them. But they're going to be okay, destroy that, and then replace it right away. 2 layers in between as now they get set and begin taking shots to the rest of the field.
Thresh and Inspire, another duo that has popped up on our screens a lot of times here, and gonna time that in, does manage. It was so close from the connection, but there's no one gonna be located in that area. They actually drop back closer to that house that's actually gonna be up right now. They also have some movement with the form of a launch pad. And they're going to have to use this, and there you go.
Yeah, and you can see the.
Oh! What?
Okay, so Thresh, as he hopped to get onto the launch pad, decided to look upward.
What?
And as Gliato, adios amigo, no mas para ti, Thresh says goodbye. That's my elim and the rotation. It doesn't get more efficient than that. In the space of pressing your jump button, you fire a shot and get the rotation.
What?
That was nuts.
The wherewithal, the awareness from Thresh. That was sick, but we have to move on. I'm pretty sure we're going to be treated to some more sick plays in this game, given the players that we're seeing in this lobby here. I saw Tendons. That's another player that's been all over the scene. And then it's going to be Frosty, who does down Sickness, goes into the cleanup. Elimination number 2, 7 total though, and he needed to pop that Shadow Bomb sooner not to take that damage. But hey, you know, you can't cry over spilt milk. You just gotta reset, get back in this fight. Someone's actually gonna be right in front of him. Does Frosty opt to go for that fight? Someone's outside as well. There's a lot of players here that are just straggling about. Oh no! What is going on?
What is this? He's making this look like it's a first-person arena shooter, not Fortnite. The third person where the battle is building. I know, right? It's ridiculous. And on top of that, he's gotten himself in the top 15 and on the side of the zone to mop up more elims. They're up to 9 right now. 14 points from this match for Frosty and Devious.
Look, I'm not gonna be that guy, but I am gonna be that guy right now. Just be like, there are a lot of questionable situations there for Frosty, from the missed Shadow Bomb to hitting, bonking the head on the floor, which led him to actually not really stick the landing as cleanly as he wanted to. A lot of things could have went wrong there for Frosty, but kudos to Frosty for really just bouncing with it, moving with the punches, because that's one thing that Fortnite will do to you. It'll send you for a loop, and if you're not careful, you're going to be out of the game. So that is some heads-up gameplay there by that Luminosity duo there.
And now, too, his partner has gone down, so will be alone. And also, right now, you have Thresh and Inspire sitting on 10 elims. But more importantly, yes, I'm saying more importantly, congratulations to Thresh today for graduating high school and being the first person in his family to do so. That is a massive accomplishment. Don't forget, gaming and all that is fantastic, but you also need to balance your hobbies out. Make sure you're doing well in school. Make sure you're picking up passion projects. Make sure you're going out and getting the exercise as Thresh frags their way into the top 5, and Inspire helps him out by picking up Tendons with a great explode right there.
Thresh was actually in a box battle. I don't know if you saw that there. He was in a box battle and ended up winning that one out because he had that trap down. And then Inspire as well, handling his own business. This has just been a well-coordinated run here by this duo, watching each other's back, but also being able to handle their 1v1s. While it is all nice to be able to work together, when you are able to win out on your own, with your teammate doing the same thing, that is quite nice. But now we're going to be down to the final 3 duos here. This is it for all the marbles. Thresh is going to be dangerously low. 16 HP, 36 shields. It's going to have to reset to be able to pop those shields. And then you're also going to have Inspire that's going to be dealing with a player right in front of him here. And Inspire's dancing around this box looking for him, trying to hack his way in. They do own some of the walls here. Forces his way with the universal key in the form of that sniper, but the traps are going to be out of here too. He gets right on through there, not enough to trigger it, and this is Thresh and Inspire working around, looking for that opportunity. Thresh has barely any HP remaining. He needs to get something fast, and he does manage to snag it against Clutch. He's hurting though, as well as Inspire, who's going to be down low on HP, but will have the ultimate high ground. And then Thresh clutches it up, does manage to take out Chunky, gets the cleanup, finds another one outside, and this is it right here. Your graduation was pretty awesome, but you just got yourself a victory royale on the Fortnite broadcast, and you gotta be happy with that one. 15 eliminations, 10 points with the victory royale, 25 total in absolute domination.
Brilliantly done there from the overtime duo, Thresh and Inspire. With an inspired performance, you could tell they were going to take that one out, and as soon as Inspire took away the high ground, Thresh was able to pop off and make the play they needed to make. But with only 20 minutes left in the queues, we're getting down to it. And again, these are the matches that will decide who goes to New York City, who will get that extra bump in the prize pool, who is going to be the one competing on the main stage. It all comes down to these moments as IFA and Saint are desperately trying to find the heavy snipe into rocket combo.
Another duo that has been consistent performers in NA East. We've said their names so many times, and it's no surprise here that we're going to see them hanging out in the within the top 25, but remember, it's only going to be top 15 to start to get those placement points. Existent sending a stinker of his own. If you could do that, I could do one better. Existent says his teammate's going to be out of the fight, and IFA, he's going in for it. He's going in for it, trying to break right through the wall there, but it wasn't enough to crank on through and try and take out Existent. A valiant defense here is what we're seeing out of this player who's running solo. His teammate's going to be down.
And the one thing to note, look at the bottom right-hand corner. That was the conversion onto G. Fisher, but they're already in the overlapping zone. So all the players who are currently putting fire onto them are going to have to stop very shortly. And as you see, Existent actually did a fantastic job disengaging by pushing back towards them, and then finding a nice little hill to hang out on. So he's just going to chill there and wait as Wallspar hits a great shot onto Sage Tavera and then gets the conversion to get the Elam. That's their first point in this match. They're up to 47 so far.
The action slows down as the rotations start. Wallspar's looking to gobble up as much of the resources as he possibly can.
Benzo just picked up Animal, so Animal is not going to be in this, and Benzo picks up the double onto Aspect. So Aspect and Animal, that's another match for you down. See, Wallspar finds the pair of balls right there. Him and Slay should be able to use that on the next rotation. It is protected enough, which is key, because generally you're not going to see ballers make it this long into the overlapping zone. So what they want to do is try and rotate him over there, and boom. They were trying to wait so it wouldn't be seen. Instead, going to get those popped, and he's going to have to utilize the shadow bombs he has now.
Does still have 2 left, though, in the inventory. It's a rough situation there when you come out of a box and think to yourself, oh yeah, we should be okay, and then your baller gets decimated right away. A player's going to be outside. It's Leifer. The elimination will come through, and that elimination from Wallspar will actually give them a lot of loot to be able to work with now. 135 builds. They're going to have plenty of ammo. They have some rotational tools. They have 2 smoke bombs or shadow bombs, and they also have that launch pad too,
as well as the heavy snipe. And you see there, Wallspar actually swapped out the heavy snipe just to save the time to reload it.
It's clever.
Picking up the other one, you know, maximizing efficiency. He's checking all of his weapons now, making sure he has them all loaded. You see the guys are over on the side. Addison and Jackie Sky trying to use that to get out of the way. Christian as well, trying to get around Slay, and Wallspar are going to loop back over towards that, but unfortunately bonk their head a number of times. Some storm damage coming out, but let's get over to where they're all touching their feet down as we hop on board with Aussie.
Aussie going to be a solo rider here, dealing with a player right in front of him. And he's going to slow down as well. He's solo by himself. You have 3 more duels left before the placement points start to register. You don't want to make any bold plays that you don't have to make here. Play for the placement if you're Aussie in this case. If you happen to find a straggler, that'd be nice. But really, it's about securing the 3 points that will bring them a little bit closer to hopefully qualifying for New York City. Some more players as well are going to be to the left of Aussie, and Aussie now having to build out of this one is going to establish all of this presence here, but only has 7 builds remaining. Will own this wall, has to get through quickly enough, and then he's going to pop laser right in the noggin.
That was so smart. He threw a wall on one side of the door, so laser went out that, and he's like, it's the old rope-a-dope. Opens the archway on the other side and then walks around, hits the 1-tap, and it also puts him straight in the top 15, and he's going to get as much of those resources as he can. Unfortunately, it's only 7, and now he's stuck on the low ground, but he's into the top 11, but no more mats, GB.
He has nothing left to work with here. This is going to be a tall task indeed for Aussie.
Oh, the
redeploy!
The redeploy actually comes out clutch because he doesn't lose his base from underneath him. He's not sliding down that mountain, so he can actually get around the side there. It's a little small detail, but we'll see if it's going to pay off big for Ozzy here. Forces his way right inside of the box, gets the elimination on Thazzy, avoids the trap there, and then manages to snag up more of the resources. Ozzy, a madman. I can't believe he's still in this.
That just put him into the top 10 as well. That was such a huge swing. I thought it was going to be all for naught with the trombone playing, but the redeploy came it out and saved him from the
allowed him to quickly get around that mountain and not succumb to the slide.
Just absurd. We talk about every little moment mattering, but right there, Banker Midas picking up a nice little double elim as Wallspar does get the confirmation onto TF Infinity, and they continue their work on this mid-tarp. You can see Slay looking for shots on that little ledge, going to re-edit it, and now just meet back up with Wallspar.
Just throwing it out here, by the way, Vincento and Benzo are still in this one here. Jeffries is going to get dominated by that purple combat shoddy, and they're up above. They just take out Rokane. And here's Slay along with Wallspar. They got 4 eliminations, so close. And Vincento's going to go down, not before getting a down of his own onto Angel. 9 players left, 7 duos remaining, Sundown.
And right now, Addison did pick up Midas. Tacky goes down, and we're into the top 5. You have a number of players in the sky, and he lands right now.
Oh!
Krusty gets taken down, but Vincento gets revenge for his partner Benzo as Angel gets taken down. So now, Benzo up on the high ground. You have Slay on your top right, Ozzy in the bottom right. Benzo's on the high ground, Wallspar and Slay on the mid-tarp, and then Ozzy all the way down to the bottom.
Ozzy's still in this!
Picks up Addison. It's a 2v1v1, and you see Slay and Wallspar are going up for the high ground now, GB.
Oh, and Benzo's actually going to get warped up with that rift to go, and Slay's going to wait for him with that combat shoddy. You know he could do the damage, and he does just that. Snags the elim against Benzo. Players are now going to start to drop down, but Wallspar's actually going to take damage. He only has 4 more builds left. He doesn't have a redeploy. He's got a waterfall down.
You want to know pressure? Don't miss your waterfall. This is pressure right now. Do you hold the high ground or do you go? Ozzy saw the clutch of the year. It's down to
Ozzy!
You can't waterfall with 2 builds. Ozzy with the miracle play on the side of the mountain gets the victory royale.
Ozzy with the miracle game, Sundown. Are you kidding me? He should have been out of here since Jump Street. That's ridiculous. I can't believe what we just saw. Me and Sundown are going to need a breather. I need a sandwich. Let's send it over to Pooks.
You need a sandwich? Ball and I were just watching those games at the edge of our seat. Ozzy went on an absolute tear. The man shouldn't have been alive.
No, I thought he was done after top 10. I was like, this is all you need. Once you get this, I'm happy with your performance, but all the way through.
My heart can't even take this. But you know what? Let's decompress. Let's just take a second to look at the NA East standings. Bala, run me through them.
Where are we at? Still Nut and Tuxie in the lead at 76. They did play 1 game since the last time we checked in with them, so they still got probably 1 or 2 more. I mean, we're talking about the queues closing very soon here. But where did these guys come from? Mikey and Hitta? Like, where did you guys come from? All of a sudden at 73 points, you've already taken Mega and Dubs, and now you're in contention for New York. You guys weren't even on the top 10 last I saw. So, hey, that's where you need to be. Regardless, still, a lot of players still, Roat DW and Blue Tea, that game that we saw just a moment ago, they pushed up into 4th place. So right now, it's these 3. Nut and Tuxie, Mikey and Hitta, and Roat DW and Blue Tea, but we still got probably 2 games for most of these guys to play. 1 probably W key game where they throw it away, they try to get as many eliminations as possible, as fast as possible, and then 1 full game. So where does that leave everybody? We'll see. We'll see.
Couple games left for these guys. Anything can happen, like we saw with Mikey and Hitta. They weren't even in the top 10, so anyone can take this. We have 3 duo spots for these guys this weekend, so they can possibly go to New York. We're gonna have to take a couple of games to maybe see where all of these guys level up and end up on the standings. But speaking of that, let's just drop NA for a second, and let's go over to our Brazil results.
Yeah, Brazil is done. And the winners this weekend are Leleo and Gordine. They're taking home $6,500 in that first place. And again, these guys all fought so hard. They're getting ready for next week or the next 2 weekends because they do have qualifying spots up for grab then in week 9 and week 10. So this is where they stand right now. All these players tried as best they could to prepare for the next weekend in duos. That's where they're at.
Yeah, and this really was a preparation weekend for them. All of these teams should be super proud of all of their performances, but the day's not over yet. We have tons more action to come. After this break, we are going to look at more NA East games, so stay tuned.
Hey Fortnite fam, BallTW here to get in the nitty-gritty of competitive Fortnite. The final circles in competitive Fortnite are packed tightly with both action and players, all fighting to get the victory royale. Let's introduce one of the most common techniques used to outlast your opponents in those congested final zones. What is tunneling? Also known as snaking or pathing, this is when you build a protected tunnel while running away from the storm and into the next safe zone. When these safe zones get so small, this becomes very, very important, as there can be opposing players on all sides of you. Here's an example of the most basic tunnel, the straight tunnel. From your base, you simply build straight towards your destination straight ahead of you, with a floor piece below your feet and above your head. This is the most basic and also dangerous version of the tunnel, since you're not covering horizontally. You're exposed from your sides. However, you save materials by doing this. The materials you spend covering your sides quickly add up. Then, if you need to go diagonally to get where you need to go, you'll often see players do the diagonal tunnel. At its most basic, it's very similar. You're just changing directions as you go, once left, once right. This is very useful since sometimes you'll encounter enemies that you want to get away from on the road to the victory royale, or the next safe zone is in a diagonal direction. So just change directions and move, but make sure to stay safe from the storm. Now we talked about how you're exposed from your sides. In both versions, you can add walls to either side, or both left and right, or even in front as well. This gets really hard really fast, and this is why it's so impressive that not only are these high-level players tunneling so fast and without error, but at the same time going for crazy plays on unsuspecting opponents to rack up elimination points as well as placement points. It's a lot to take in, and oftentimes they do things so fast that you can't even keep up. Watching players like Cease, Désole, Mongrel, Benji Fishy, and all the players playing in the Fortnite World Cup Online Open play from their tunnels can be jaw-dropping. So there you have it, tunneling. One of the most important skills in competitive Fortnite. It's pretty simple at its core, but at the high pace of these congested endgames, it gets complicated. That means you need to practice, and make sure to hop in creative mode and do just that. You can practice it in the open on your own island, or use one of the many amazing pre-built training courses that creators have made. This was BallTW, and we'll see you in game.
Actually qualified is actually such a relief, such a big achievement, and something I've been working for almost a year now. It feels really good.
I think it's one of my biggest accomplishments. It's just a massive, massive pool of people.
You need to be so incredibly proud of your son being one of the best, one of the best solo Fortnite players in the world.
It's still hitting me like slowly. I was literally just laughing. Like I was laughing so much.
Wow, I won $50,000 guaranteed, and I'm going to New York.
Yeah, gonna keep 50,000. Oh,
there you go.
As a kid, this is basically all you dream of.
The hype's really real.
It's a game I can compete in, and I think that's why I have so much fun in it.
Oh my God! Oh my goodness! What a play!
I'm incredibly grateful for Fortnite for giving me the opportunity to just pursue gaming, and how many friends I've made through this game.
Thank you for everyone who believed in me, because I honestly didn't really believe in myself.
It's gonna be so fun. I love it.
It's awesome. Thanks, Fortnite.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Sundown, and you're here at the Fortnite World Cup Online Open Qualifiers week number 8. Now, Brazil has wrapped up, Europe has wrapped up, Asia and Oceania are done. NA East is getting down towards the end. The queues are almost closed, and I'm ready to get right in the matches. And to take us away into the final moments are going to be the dynamic duo, the ladies, Pookie Faced and Kitty Plays.
Sundown, thank you so much for that nice introduction. Yes, it is I, Kitty Plays, and I am joined by Pookie Face _. Pookie, are you ready to cast the final moments of these NA East games right now? We've got some spots. I know.
We're both Canadians.
I know.
What are the chances?
Oh, Canada.
Yes.
But I want to see some controller gang action maybe today come out from NA East. So we're going to be chilling for everybody. See who clutches it out. You ready for the games?
I've never been more ready.
All right, let's get into them.
Let's
shall
go.
We? Right away, we are heading in to a game. We got Mega and Dubs both assigned to FaZe. We got Grizzly and Rigger. They're in a bit of a situation now. As soon as one duo smells blood and starts shooting in on a duo, then everyone wants to shoot in on them. And that seems to be the case here with them picking up some eliminations. They are down and out. We're about to see how many are left. I don't think they made it into placement points because we're usually hopping in on these games about Zone 5 or Zone 6 or even as early as Zone 4 if there's a lot of action early. Looks like it's going to be Zone 5. Oh, Zone 5, yep. Now we're expecting TJ and Voil. No eliminations yet, just picked up one onto a regular. Now going to finish it off. Not sure where his teammate is. He does have Vol go down.
Teammate
so,
is down, yeah.
No.
Oh.
It looks like he hesitated a little bit, but his teammate did get taken out there. It was a bit of an awkward corner that he crawled into, but going to pick up the loot from his teammate at least. And got a lot of ticks onto Ken Kirmath.
Yeah, and here we see up at the top Rogue Shark and Flossin just kind of sitting pretty, using some bandages there to heal up. I don't know if they know if there's two players essentially directly below them, but depending on where the zone is about to move, it could be an opportune moment for them to try and pick up some eliminations here. We have Creo and Kiwi Face and Clicks and Skeptic down at the bottom there, using the launch pad to rotate over to the next zone. Creo is going to hop into a baller here actually to make the rotation. Not sure if Kiwi Face has any kind of mobility. He must have something. I don't think Creo would leave his partner that far behind, but we're gonna have to see where he kind of comes from and how he follows up with that. Creo kind of looking to make a play here to see if he can scout out the land a little bit for Kiwi Face, say, you know what? There's not too many people over here. Let's see. Oh, and you can see Kiwi Face in the background there, just gliding in and using those shadow bombs actually to make that final rotation to the zone.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players this weekend deciding to go for one baller, one shadow bomb play. It does drop 2 shadow bombs when you find it on the ground, so these guys don't always have enough for both people to use. So being able to have the split mobility has worked out really well. Creo making it into zone early and basing up for his teammate. And doesn't look like they were the ones to get that knock, but they are the ones that are going to clean up that loot and an RPG. It looks like Creo's going to have max rockets on that too, so he's going to be feeling like he's in a great spot moving into this 7th zone.
And what do you know? Kitty Plays is here casting, and they pick up a fully loaded RPG. She loves it.
I love explosives in this game so much. Also great to see Creo out here. Did play with him a little bit in the summer skirmish. He's an incredible player and great in those 1v1 or 1v2 build fights as well. I remember going down a couple games and he went off, so it was great. Legedian here, no eliminations. He's got some explodes, just what I like to see. His teammate Cole making a move now into the zone, and we're going to be going up the mountain. So all these players need to be making early decisions on how they're going to get over there. Looks like a couple of them are going for this guy, but that does get taken down. No one going down to fall damage, so it looks like people either had,
Sam Hill may have just gone down there to fall damage.
Was that
was a long drop.
What is the plus sign in the corner? I'm going to get confirmation on that.
Yeah, let's get a little bit of clarity on that one, because that was either fall damage, a trap. There was nothing else that...
I think it might have been a trap.
Yeah.
Oh, getting
Could be
a
possible.
nice jumping knock onto Grazka. He's going to go and finish that off and take his loot. He's in a great position now. Lots of resources. Has that redeploy to be able to move up here. Made it to the high ground already, so he doesn't need to worry about getting up onto this mountain like a lot of the other players. But his teammate Cole does go down just now. Not sure why these players aren't playing super close together. It could just be a miscommunication or maybe a little bit of the chaos going up onto this high ground.
Yeah, sometimes, unfortunately, you aren't able to stick with your partner. If you get a little bit too separated, one of you has to take an alternate route, and it looks as though that is what has happened here. But for Legidian, yeah, he's got the redeploy. Everything's fine. I know, my heart dropped for a second, and then I remembered, you know, he's got the grenades, the redeploy, the minis in his inventory. Everything's perfectly fine. No need to worry there. But, you know, there's always a little bit of a heart drop there when you see.
Yeah, especially a lot of these pros do choose to pull their redeploy at the last second. We see some of them actually get punished for it because they'll end up clipping a wall when they're redeploying. But looks like Pistola is going to be fine coming down after that rift that him and his teammate just took. And now they're just going to keep tarping out. So we've seen a lot of these players kind of making the mistake with this tarp. Now that they're coming off the hill, you think that you have not that far to fall when you're on top of that mountain. But now that you're having to go super wide off of this high elevation, it becomes an issue. But it's going to pay off for them. They're going right back over that mountain. So everyone that has dropped down to that low ground is going to need to come right back up. And these guys are able to just attach themselves on that mid ground. But Legidian here now, no teammates. 2 eliminations, holding this mid-ground positioning. He's great, doesn't need to go up or down with this rotation, but top 9 duos now. These guys have gotten the 15 placement points and the top 10 placement points, heading into the top 5 placement points and that victory royale.
And look at Pistola and his partner Papaz of their ultimate high ground. Now, I know that Pistola had 1 shadow bomb to his name. We're going to have to see if they choose to stay up there or if they descend down at some point. But right now, we are still looking at Legidian. And, you know, he is an incredible player. Not only is he a great player, he's a stand-up guy as well. Super nice. I've been able to talk to him on a couple of different occasions, once at Secret Skirmish and a couple times in passing through Twitch chats, and he's a great guy. Love to see him here doing well with his teammate Cole. Trap does go off there. Looks as though Falter does actually fall to that. Dolphin being taken out, and Legidian gets an amazing shot on Nanolite there with the combat shotgun. He is going to have to break through these builds, though. None of these are his. He doesn't own them. He finds a small opening there and is going to move further into the zone. He has Zazma underneath him. Vape Jesus is down, but we have Popfast and Pistola at the very top, the only duo left in this game.
And we are going right off that mountain now. These guys got to be careful with that fall damage. Make sure that they're waterfalling properly because they're going to be looking to take anyone out that's on that high ground. Pistola and Popfast on that high ground, taking shots down on Zazma. Legidian taking that redeploy down at the perfect moment, not taking, gonna take a little bit of storm damage here, waiting for things to line up, but now he's gonna look to shoot anyone down that he possibly can, hoping that while these guys are waterfalling, he can maybe take out their floor and get some damage on them. There you see Zazma coming down. Pistola pops a shadow bomb, drops down next to Legidian. I don't know if he's gonna hear it, and pops him in the shoulder with a shotgun while he was so focused on taking out Popfast. But these two, great duo. Not a lot of eliminations, but they got to be happy with that victory royale finish.
Yeah, you know, you're getting 10 placement points from that, so 12-point game for them. Congratulations going to their score being added. But look at all of these builds, Kitty. Whenever you look at a mountain like that, when it goes back and forth, those skeletons are always hilarious. But you know what? Hopping right into this next game, we have Armand here trying to just go on the defense, but now right on the offense, and says to Nep, you know what? I want this RPG in my inventory. This one's going to be mine. You are not going to go on the assault with that one, sir. I'm going to take this RPG for myself.
Yep, there's something about every time we come and spectate a player, their first elimination is something that gets them an RPG, which leads me to believe that we may see them in a position to have the high ground and win it all. But we'll have to see what happens between him and his teammate right now. They do have that rift for that mobility and the heavy sniper. We've seen these the players in these duos put that to work with the double heavy snipe strategy. It's been working out really well in a lot of the clips that we've seen. And now they're just going to be a little bit relaxed now. They're going to have to start to make that move and that rotation very soon. We've got Gilly and Steens here from RBK. No eliminations to their name, but with a lobby still of 39 players going into Zone 5. They're sitting in a good position. We've seen a lot of these players be able to rack up, double-digit eliminations in those final moments.
Yeah, and the standings, when Ball and I were going through them, they're pretty close. Anybody can take these games, Kitty. You've seen so many times people be in first, second, or third position and then get completely taken out through one game. So depending on how many eliminations you get, depending on your placements, you can have a 20, 30-point game, which is huge. It just takes that one game, that one whole match with your partner, having that synergy, having that teamwork to really push through.
Yep, and with only 6 total spots for NA East today, having those games, having those over 20 games is what's necessary to be able to get into those high point systems. We saw a lot of players pushing over 100 points yesterday, so only 3 duo spots total for these guys. They're putting everything possible they can on the line, and NA East is such a competitive region too. There's so many exceptional players that are as hungry for this as everyone else, but putting so much time into practicing and getting prepared for this. So we'll have to see what Steens and Gilly are able to pull off here. They do have 59 points on the board. We're getting near to the end of East right now, getting a clean shotgun shot through that edit play. He does drop down, does make a little bit of an escape now, but Steens has smelt blood. He got that first big tag on him, and having his partner next to his side, he's confident he can shoot this down.
Yeah, and the edits that they're using right now, you can see the half wall and then just taking out the floor and being very able and quickly to replace that just in case any kind of shots do rain in through their builds. Good teamwork by those two. You love to see it. But here we go across to the other side of the map. We have Chaotic over here. We have Jack. We have Jack's partner, the Maniac, here as well. Only 1 elimination for them right now, but sitting at 47 points. Decent mobility, decent loadouts. Let's see what these guys are able to do.
Yep. And that rift, we've seen a lot of rift plays. I love when players are deciding to use this a little bit early. It is one of those things that doesn't quite have the same amount of value in those final zones. You see a lot of players opting to go for this super late rift and then ended up getting shot out of the sky because of it. So there's definitely a perfect timing point for them to use it. And he does land right next to an opponent here. He's making sure that he does not get sandwiched. Oh, the trap does go down, but it does get shot out, and he gets the knock onto Nosh. Gets a full elimination, picks up that siphon. Great disengage by him. As soon as he noticed that there was an opponent on either side of him, he made the play out to the side so he wasn't in the sandwich position.
And listen to all of these explosives just going off around him. You have stink bombs, you have grenades. Look at how many players are left in this lobby. This is absolute chaos. You see Kaizui and Cloud, Eclipse, High Sky, Textra, huge names. This is a stacked lobby. This is literally anybody's game at this point. We have Textra and Eclipse just in this box now. They are going to get rifted into the sky there. Textra using that excellent explosive loadout, RPG and dynamite. And the further the game progresses, Kitty, the more value you get with those explosives.
A little bit of a fight for that high ground. Beggs chooses to drop down and uses that shadow bomb to get down. Tektra now sitting here with 4 eliminations, and we got that RPG, 11 rockets in there, and a three dynamite. So as this goes later into the game, it gets more and more valuable for him being able to use it on these opponents with the blast radius that equals the Storm Center.
Right, and Texture doing an amazing job of navigating through these builds here, being very methodical in all of his builds. He doesn't have too many left, only 22, now down to 18. He is going to have to maybe pick up an elimination or something here to get a little bit of resources back, because he's not going to be able to make it too much further in this game without any resources, Kitty.
No, definitely not, especially if he's going out of the stone like that to be able to survive in this situation. That he did just place his last build, now looking to go on the offensive. He's got to stay near his teammate, but his teammate does get knocked. It's up to him to get this knock. He gets it onto Timmy. He needs the siphon to go off so he can get that heal. Instead, going for another player. There is a knock player in the zone as well that is going to give him more once they tick down. Getting another elimination onto Trappy. Tektra is in a great position right now. 7 eliminations, so many resources. You can see right there why it's so important to never give up. He had no resources. His teammate had just been knocked down, but just with a few shotgun shots on that low ground, he's able to put himself in such a great position. 1 health
1 HP! Kitty! The man has 1 HP. One take from that sting bomb is going to take him completely out of this game, but he is just trying to play his heart out right now. Eclipse did go down. It's not going to be enough. He gets taken out by Cloud. That's so upsetting. He played that situation so well. And like you said, never give up. You never know what is going to happen in these matches.
Well, and putting him into that position of the top 10 and that top 5 is so, so important. Those placement points are what's making the difference on this leaderboard right now. And this is a high point leaderboard. For spectating Steens right now, he's already at 70 points right now before these queues have closed, getting clean shots onto the opponents below him. 4 eliminations between the two of them, and having that ultimate high has got to have them feeling pretty good. Ando getting a lot of shots put into him right now. Flawless going down now. 2v1 situation against Ando. Ando's got a lot of builds, but no health opportunity. One shot is going to take him out. He's doing the best he can to make these edit plays to stay safe, but Gillian Steed's perfectly splitting up and taking advantage of that either side shotgun pump.
Yeah, I love that in duos when you know you only have one opponent left. You kind of split with your partner, apply even more pressure by taking out 2 walls and, you know, got them the victory royale. Let's hop right into the next game. We are over in this snowy portion of the map. Look at these snowflakes, Kitty. Feels like home.
It does feel like home, although we were talking earlier, Canada is actually warmer than California right now since I've moved here. Not sure what that's about, but if you're from Canada, shout out. Pookie and I are both from there.
You know what, every time I come here, it's the same. The weather is better in
so never come here again.
Is it my fault?
In California, yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll take the blame for that one. I'm so sorry. True Canadian fashion, just, you know, apologize when in doubt. Here we are looking at Strep and Andrew. They own all of this here. This is all of their real estate. They are on the outskirts of the zone, though, so we're going to have to see how they choose to make this first rotation. They are getting a little bit of pressure. You can hear the RPGs coming in, not at their builds, but it is going to be fired at the opponents that were trying to put pressure on them. You just hear explosions here. We have Doms and Sir Wings against Andrew and Strep.
Yeah, and these guys got a really big rotation in 5 seconds. They're on the edge of that zone, and they need to go up and over that mountain to their west right now. So any kind of engagement that they're going to have right now is going to end up hurting both of these duos ultimately. So they got to be really careful what they decide to take. Not sure what Dom's decision was to pop down there in that corners area and go for that shot, but he does get taken out. But now Strep and Andrew on that edge, and they're getting fully focused by players that have already made it into the zone, opting to drop up and go for the redeploy. But with players like this, you're going to get shot down. Not really sure about that strategy. Doesn't look like he had very many other options, but going to go for that aggressive play on the storm edge. You know, you see some players going for it, but by this point, there's a lot of players that will just opt for the focus on rotation instead. So,
and here we have
why not to do that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you take your chances. I think they got just a little bit too caught up with that last engagement. They were too focused on it. They were a little bit tunnel visioned, and it unfortunately spelled disaster for them. But here we have Nutty and Tuxie. They've been in the #1 spot on the standings, on the leaderboards here for quite some time. So you can see why. Nutty putting himself in a very good position. High ground, early rotation, able to pick up 2 eliminations on players trying to rotate into the zone. That is what gets you on the #1 spot in the leaderboards. Being able to think ahead, even though your teammate has been taken out, you know, making those decisions to further your duo.
Yep, 100%. Every single elimination counts. These guys are sitting on 83 points between the two of them. This is a top lobby. If you guys are just joining us, we are coming in on the top point lobbies nearing the end of the NA East region. We've got 3 duo spots available for these players right now, and they are hungry as ever to be able to pick up the points that they need that's going to take them to the World Cup at the end of July.
Yeah, and here you see Nutty, you know, sliding down the mountain, having to take a little bit of fall damage, but reserving some of his builds to make sure he has enough for endgame as opposed to having to just drop a flight of stairs there. He is going to use the big shield here because he did take some damage from a player there. He has gotten into the top 10, so kudos to him for that. He's getting himself some placement points. We're going to have to see if he can make it much further.
Yep, 2 more duos need to go down for those top 5 placement points as well. This is quite a smaller lobby compared to the one that we just saw in the last game, but Nutty doing his best to, with what he has, to make the most of it, having that green. Oh,
the double trap goes out, Kitty.
Bravo is able to disengage out of it. He needs to get this siphon to be able to make it and survive into the zone, trying to build his way in. He's getting fired upon from the wings, it looks like, who is going to get that last shot before the storm takes him down. Tahi and Wally taking this ultimate high ground away from Donks. You see Donks get into the zone and right away build a nice 1-by-1 tower here, but Wally's going to say, thank you for this height. We're going to just attach to it and take it over. It is ours now. Now they're just going to rain down shots on anyone they can. Missing the last shot on that player, unable to get that elimination, but they're getting strong now. They understand that this is a 2v1v1, taking both of their time to aggressively push this player and take him out. And now Donks going down as well. 10 eliminations on both of these guys. Great job.
Yeah, Wally and Tall really did a good job there of just maintaining, like you said, that high ground, taking over the tower, recognizing that it was a 1v1 and playing that to their advantage, dropped down, knew that it was going to be a 2v1 in both situations, and it netted them a win. So, you know, excellent matches so far coming out of NA East. It's always a pleasure to watch these guys, Kitty. You know, every time we watch NA East, and I've got a lot of friends in this region, you know, seeing them perform. You know, we're looking here at Clicks and Skeptic, 2 very, very good players as well. They are sitting at 72 points, 2 eliminations for each of them. So we're gonna have to see how they shake down in this one, but you can see on the right-hand side there the allocation of points. Victory Royale will get you 10, 2nd through 5th is 7, 6th through 10th is 5, 11th through 15th is 3, and then each elimination will get you 1 point. We just entered into the threshold, so 15 teams remaining. That means that they currently have a total of 7 points for this game. We're gonna have to see if they can get any more.
Yep, these guys are doing a great job, and they're in a great position right now, right in the center of the zone. This is Zone 4, so it's about to close. Ooh,
those
one
edits,
of my favorite plays, when people do come over and take over your 1-by-1 tower, when you, just with 4 simple wall edits, you can take the players down, getting a nice knock onto Miho, saying, nah, this is our tower, sorry dude, and nice little rift, and pick that up. And there's a shield here as well if Septic wants to come and pick that up.
Yeah, Septic not at exactly 100 shield, looking at it at about 80, so he might actually choose to use that. But excellent work by Clicks using the edits to just completely take down the top part, making quick work of his opponent here. And here we have Av and Premium. Yes, and that boom bow in that inventory. We've been seeing so many amazing boom bow plays this weekend and the weeks in the past, and just gonna be awesome to see how he puts that explosive AoE damage to the test. We are heading now through Storm 5. These guys have not picked up any eliminations. Look like they are gonna pace themselves out a little bit, even though they know they're in that top 15. This whole time that we've been spectating, no teams have gone down, so they're being very careful to make sure that they secure those placement points as well, and finding a nice easy elimination onto Fernando, who's just happening to pass by. They got to move a little bit into the next zone, so it'll be interesting to see how they decide to do that. Yeah, I think they may just try to tunnel through here. I don't know if using the rift right now is the best decision for them. They are just going to use the launch pad actually to make their way over, but unfortunately Premium actually just gets taken out by his duo's builds there. A little bit of a miscommunication.
Start looking up before you take that jump pad. We've seen that happen so many times today.
Yeah.
Because of that, these two players pay. Av going down when he lands on that other team. These guys not landing together is the death of them. The reason why they didn't land together is because they knocked that ramp, weren't able to land easily with each other, so that's too bad to see. But it's up to Premium now to see if he can pull this off.
Yeah, it just is one small mistake in the grand scheme of things, but it did cost Av his position in this game. So now, like you said, Premium is going to have to see what he can do using the cone edits here to try and get a good lay of the land, see if he can scout out any possible eliminations, because right now they only have the one. They are still top 15. No other teams have gone down. If he could get to top 10, it'd be excellent for him. But we're going to have to see, if he's able to do so or not. Is using another launch pad to make his way into the next zone, diving all the way down to make sure that he isn't actually gliding for too long, because, like we've seen so many times before, Kitty, when you do that, you tend to be a little bit of a sitting duck, and because he doesn't have his teammate to back him up, he has to be very careful with how he chooses to rotate, but he does get the edit on this player. This player had no idea, Owen had no idea that Premium was actually in the box beside him, and it nets him an elimination, a whole lot of resources.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Premium
Kitty!
not realizing that wasn't his wall, costs him his life. Another player coming in as a loot goblin. Slade goes down to Premium as well. And Premium using another jump pad. How many jump pads did this man have?
Obviously a lot. He had a few. I had 3.
And that rift to go in the inventories. Just great mobility moving into these next zones. Zone, or Storm 6, about to end. 3 more seconds. And then we're going to be heading in to the next storm. Not even taking any shots yet. Now he is going to decide to go and play a little bit more aggressive. Does take the entire shield off and clean up Septic. Notices another player in his right here. He will go for the edit play. Gets a clean gray shot onto his opponent. As soon as he notices how low he is, he makes an edit play down to finish him off. Only required 1 shotgun shot. Premium now finally using his rift, coming down to get the position that he needs. Looks like he is going to contest that high ground from threats, going out into the storm and now back in. He's got to be a little bit careful though. He doesn't have any way of descending this high ground very quickly. So if this does get shot out, he's not going to be in a good position, taking lots of damage. Now going for the waterfall down. No one penalizing this and choosing to shoot it out. Dropping onto the tree, getting the snipe in, and now he's going to be able to survive the fall out of this tree if he so wishes.
What am I watching right now? Did you see how fast he was cranking 90s down the waterfall, Kitty?
Just a 62-point lobby with tree play. It's just, it's just one of those days today, Pookie. This isn't even the craziest game that we've seen today.
That play was unreal.
This meta is wild right now. And great to see him doing so much with what he has. Again, not having the teammate. Boombo drop down, doesn't get any damage, but does get taken out by Krusty. But he's got to be happy with that performance. He does make it into the top 5, gets that placement points and a lot of eliminations to boot. But now we're spectating Krusty, another solo player. Angel, already gone down.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and watch that whole replay there and see exactly what happened with Premium, because those plays, they lived up to his name. They were Premium.
We got another tree player, Cadet, now just descending from the tree. Does get taken out by a Philly. Krusty goes down to Skolzy. We're now in a 2v1 situation, and a Philly and Kaido making quick work of Skolzy down on that low ground from that ultimate high. But yeah, a bit of a wild game. I appreciated all the movement and plays he made, but just great games coming out of the final moments in North America East region.
Yeah, so let's just hop right into the next game, I guess. We see Cryo over here with his duo. We have Classics with Django here as well. Looking a little bit low on ammo, so they may have to pick up or try to pick up an elimination or 2 to be able to get themselves back in this game, feeling more comfortable. But because they don't have any eliminations right now, and we are already in the 5th zone, that could be why they're a little bit low.
That was Aspect.
Aspect just gets completely
What was Aspect
lasered.
doing there?
It looked as though Aspect was trying to move possibly to the next set of builds, but Django said, you know what? I don't think so, buddy. Your head looks like a pretty good bullseye for me, and I'm going to take some target practice on it. And he absolutely did. So hopefully he can get over to Aspect's loot, pick himself up some mobility. He gets some ammo. They're sitting in a much better position. That's exactly what they needed to do to be able to push forward into these next rotating zones.
Yeah, really interesting play here. It's surprising to see Aspect not using a tunnel format there. Maybe he was out of resources, but now we're headed up to Tfue and Cloakzy, sitting on 64 points between the two of them right now. They do already have 3 secured eliminations for this game. They're in great positioning on the high ground in this zone, and Tfue kind of griefing the community jump pad and saying, nobody else can take this now.
That's such a Tfue thing to
Clean
do.
shots onto that player. 3 gray ticks. He knows how low that opponent is. Getting a nice shot onto Perplexity, getting that knock, and now he's going to go for the finish. Every single elimination counts here.
Yeah, and you know, Tfue and Cloakzy, we've seen them so close so many weeks. They have this week and next week to qualify. That is going to be it for them. So this matters, Kitty. We're going to have to see kind of how this plays out. Cloakzy sitting at 2 eliminations, Tfue at 2. They only have 65 points though, and the way we've seen these guys playing today, you know, is 65 points going to be enough? We're going to have to see.
Yeah, with only 3 duo spots available for this region, we will. They're definitely gonna have to put up the game of their lifetime if they want to qualify this weekend. We also have Som and Symmetrical in this lobby as well. Sives, you see in the corner, Chance. So lots of players in this hot lobby. We are in the top point lobbies right now for this region, finishing up. I'm not sure what the timer is for Europe, or not Europe, sorry, East, but they might have already concluded. I'll have to check my phone, check the time. But if we could get a timer in that corner at some point. Sitting on 4 eliminations. Oh, it is totally out, totally gone. This is their last lobby now, their last chance to qualify for these 2 players. You know, they do have those 6 shadow bombs that I'm just noticing now, so that's really, really important for these 2, for these next rotations. We've seen how valuable the pros are enjoying these shadow bombs and how much they appreciate having them, and a lot of them saying it's even better than a rift, so. Oh!
Just misses on that opponent there. Tfue using the heavy sniper to take out that wall, and Cloakzy looked like he was just a little bit behind on that shot, not able to get any damage off, unfortunately. But look at these guys rotating over. All you hear are glider redeploys in the sky. Kitty, everyone using launch pads in the game being used.
Yep, here's some traps going off as well during the rotation. Sometimes you can easily catch players off guard by posting a trap during this chaos that's happening. Lazar going down in the action feed to smacked. Tfue's got great positioning here, was one of the first ones in the zone, so immediately you see him shift behind him and start taking shots at the opponents behind. Really clean, heavy sniper shot. He's got a little bit of help from the other opponent who's also focusing the same player, and now using that shadow bomb to position himself in the next zone. There's a few shadows here skating together. That is not his teammate though, so he needs to be careful when he's building up. Does not want him in his 1-by-1 with him.
No, for sure, and it is so difficult to see sometimes, you know, when another player is in the shadow form, where exactly they are, especially when the storm is closing in. They really blend into the background there, but here we have Legedian. Cole is actually out of the game. Again, Legedian does take a shot at a player. 82 Predator falls to Legedian there. Just using that tactical shotgun to his advantage, not giving up, taking those shots, getting the damage he needs.
Yep, great play by Legedian there when he's caught off guard with another player in his box, but now he's going to have to make this rotation. All of these players, top 10 duos now. We are in the top 10 placements. They've got more points to their name. All these players want top 5, and that number 1, he does go down outside of that top 5 range now. We've got Cloakzy still alive and Tfue alive. They're bouncing around in their shadow farm towards the zone. Now posting up, but they got Cairo and Kai right next to them. They got to be careful, and they've got that onslaught of shots coming down from above. Looks like they will be safe for now. Just a wealth of these shadow bombs to work with. Cloakzy does go down. Someone must have been able to track him with that shadow form on him, and there's going to be no way for Tfue to revive him right now, and 4 total duos remaining.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you are in shadow form, you are still vulnerable and susceptible to taking damage. So even though you are not able to be seen, you're still vulnerable, Kitty.
Yep, but all these shadow bombs are going to allow Tfue that much farther in these placement points right now. Every single time that he can delay him going down to his opponents is more points for him and his teammate. He needs to get that elimination on the player to get that siphon, and he doesn't. Som taking out Chance and Tfue on the high ground. Symmetrical on the low, getting that elimination, that split, and then taking on those solo players to get that victory royale. Excellent gameplay coming out of these two.
Yeah, Symmetrical and Som, again, using the split to their advantage to track every other duo that was left in that game. They played it perfectly. They netted themselves the victory royale, but let's get back into the action here. We have Eclipse and Tectra here. They are looking to see if they can go up maybe against Monster and J-Truth. You see them over there. They're the closest duo to them right now, so we're gonna have to see if they get into a little bit of a scuffle here. We are still looking at NA East. We are on the tail end of these games. The timer has run out, so any lobbies that these guys are in right now could potentially be their last. Every point matters, every elimination counts, and these guys are definitely putting on a show, Kitty.
Yep, this could be the game that nets them one of those tickets to the World Cup finals right now. Sitting on those 84 points, they are just within striking distance, and how they play right now will decide that. We've got McDougal going down in the action feed to Spade. These guys now need to make that rotation into the zone. Tickers is in this lobby. Monster and J-Truth is in this lobby. I just saw High Sky fly past, but we're going to be checking in with Jeffries and Red Ninja here, who are already posted up in the zone and taking shots on their opponents, rotating in.
And look at the edits here that they've used. They have the half wall with the half cone actually up against this wall here, which is so interesting. It leaves just a small amount of vision for them to peek their heads out, but they do have to be careful. We've seen so many players today utilizing the heavy sniper, making those very quick shots to be able to take out opponents at the drop of a hat. So very quick peeks there by Jeffries, and J-Truth does fall to him and gets completely eliminated.
Yep, not quickly putting up walls around you. You are going to pay in lobbies like this with players of this caliber, and you see that happening to J-Truth right there, getting pushed or getting shot from the west and then having shots fired into his space from the north. He does go down, and these guys find their first elimination.
Hear his partner back there shielding up. Red Ninja actually did take a little bit of damage there, but he seems to be okay now. We have more. Tickers falls down to JN.
There's so much loot over there.
There's so much loot, Kitty.
You tell that player once, and he's like, I've seen 3 players go down over here. I'm going to be a little bit of a loot goblin. We got Vinny and Zexro in the corner there. Blue T, Monster, Kazooie, Cloud. This is your
this
top
Ghost Assault
lobby
is in here
right now. Thieves, replays, Ando and Tag. We're going to check in with Hornet and Vinny. Yeah, we're going to check in with Hornet, though. He's up in this high ground and having this nice little peek now into this area, making sure that he's not going to get shot from above or the sides and can easily shoot down on these rotating players. Finds a clean shot onto Scry Fishy and now is going to use that Shadow Bomb to make his rotation into the zone. Tickers did go down. We saw that in the action feed earlier. And Hornet going to do whatever he can to make it into the top 15 spot.
And utilizing the walls and the sides of those builds to make sure that his Shadow Bomb lasts long enough for him to be able to actually make it all the way to the edge of the zone. Very smart move on his part. You can see all of this tunneling happening with metal through the middle of the zone. The reason these guys choose to use metal for these things is because once the metal is fully built, for any player to have to break through, it does take quite a lot with a pickaxe or a weapon. So really utilizing the materials effectively for each situation. Cloud does take out Jair there and just completely finishes him. So he's not going to be able to move over to get the resources from that elimination, but that's not too bad. He's sitting very good now in terms of builds and loadout with ammo and everything, so he looks great.
Yeah, and look at this incredible tunnel that Kazooie and Cloud have formed right now out of metal, able to make these easy edits down and catch their opponents off guard. You see Thieves in that 1x1, but below Kazooie. Kazooie makes the edit while Cloud maintains the pressure from the side. Excellent work together. We got Tectra and Eclipse on that high ground, Zexro on the low. We're going to be checking in with all these players right now, slowly blanketing out. These guys don't need to worry too much about blanketing. They've got a nice mid-ground that if they get shot down, they can drop down onto and connect to. But Vinny does go down in that kill feed. We saw them kind of navigating that super low ground. Looks like they did get split up as a team. Blue T picking up an elimination as well. And Eclipse and Tectra, while they might not have a lot of eliminations, the positioning that they're in right now is going to net them so many opportunities to get more.
Yeah, and we are just, like you said, for elimination points, we are coming up on actual top 10. So they are going to be looking to get an additional 2 points here here for placing top 10, and they did just get it. So now 5 points to them for placement. They have 2 now for eliminations. Let's see if they can get more. But, you know, holding that ultimate high ground in this situation is their best bet. Texture does have the Shadow Bomb, and Eclipse, although he doesn't have any kind of mobility, he does have that Flint Knock pistol. So he is able to use that if the builds, for whatever reason, do get shot down. But they do look like they are quite connected here.
Yep.
They are very reinforced, which is actually going to be great for them.
Yep, the way that this zone is moving, it is going right over their builds from before. They have no worries about this high ground anymore. Tektra does drop down quite low. You see him get a close 1v1 engagement with another player, unable to secure that elimination though. But now he's just going to keep blanketing. He's got to be a little bit careful. He's got 9 more builds to his name, no rockets in his rocket launcher, so he's just going to look to get any tags onto these players as they make their rotation, as they edit out and start tunneling into the final point of the zone. Outcasties does go down. 3 eliminations between the 2 of them now.
Yeah, and does pick up rockets.
10 rockets.
10 kids.
Oh my God, that is exactly what he wants to have in this situation. He does take damage, but he's going to have time to take these mini potions now and start raining down on these players. So many talented players on that low ground, and now all he needs to do is just rocket down. You see him actually hitting a tree a little bit to try and get more resources, sitting at 31 total builds. Oh, that was
a little bit of a miscommunication.
Was that his teammate?
That was his teammate that he did just knock down, but it's okay. Texture is still using the RPG to actually apply pressure. Eclipse does go down.
Oh, no.
To Cloud.
Because he did that, the teammate of Kazooie and Cloud do take him out. This is a 2v1 situation, not in Tektra's favor. And Tektra, as he shot Kazooie, built and carpeted out with his roof, he ends up eliminating himself. I think during that chaos, just a couple of missed plays that could have been the mistake that cost them their qualification.
You hate to see it, Kitty. You know, you get so excited when these guys pick up these RPGs, but it's a double-edged sword. You know, it can really go either way. But you know what? Let's take a closer look to see, you know, what happened in those games. Sundown, what do you got for us?
Thank you so much, Pookie and Kitty, and that is it. That's the last of the matches. NA East has wrapped up. We're going to book 3 more qualifier spots, and I'm joined here by Bala to see what those final spots are going to look like. Are you ready to take a look?
Yeah, that last game really decided a lot. And here it is. It's Tetra Eclipse and Roette DW and Blue T in that last game. We saw them come through. Both of them, I think that was the last 2v2 there. They both were in there, and they're both going through.
The second to last at 2v2, Roette did get cleaned up. Tektra was the one who put that RPG down, but got cleaned up. And then Ronaldo and Ziff snuck into that 3rd spot. 15 elimination and the victory out in that stacked lobby. Congratulations to all 3 of those. Nut and Tuexi just getting edged out. You also see Mega and Dubs down there on the leaderboard. And again, don't forget, you too can check out these replays. Go and check that session leaderboard. You can load up the match histories and kind of go through the breakdowns, see how these players were able to qualify. I think we're actually going to take a look at the match history of Tektra and Eclipse. So this kind of gives you an idea of what you'll see when you go in and look at the matches. And in fact, you can load up each one of these individual replays and see how it goes. But we've talked about hitting the split and doing everything you need to. But let's talk about coming up clutch. Look at these last 2 matches there, Bala.
Last 2 matches, 7 eliminations, 5th place, 4 eliminations, 2nd place. We saw that one on stream. And I mean, that is not just clutch, but the entire match history here is revealing, right? Look at how many games they actually went out early. How many?
There's
36?
only 2 rough
41st?
games in here, and that's these 2. And even then, like 41st and going out with 0 elims, that can kind of be a throwaway game. You saw they didn't even play their 10th match, so the limiting factor there was time. But getting out to the good start and then rolling off a 4 elim game, but in 36, that actually puts you in a prime spot to then capitalize on it in the 4th game with a 19-point victory royale coming out there. Congratulations to all 3 of their duos for a brilliant performance. That's it for NA East right now, but we have to punch their tickets going through, and right now we'll slap that first one up on the board. That's Tektra and Eclipse. Hey, congratulations, Eclipse. Well done, man.
Your former half duo partner, but then
hey,
we also
carried
got
me when I needed test
Roette
right?
DW and Blue T. Congratulations, gentlemen. That's a ticket to New York.
Yep, well done from the pair there, the new duo who came in, and then Ziff and Ronaldo getting that final spot again out of the stacked lobby. But we're not done for the day. We need to recharge, reset, take a quick little break. NA West, the matches have started, but we're gonna take a little bit of time. So what you need to go do, go use the restroom, walk your dog, spend some time with your family, but then after the 30-minute break, come on back and catch who will be the last qualifier coming out of NA West.
Fortnite fam? We're here for week number 7, back to solo action. And of course, as always, let's get this vlog started.
Look at this. They're getting ready for the broadcast. They're playing a little bit of duo action.
I'm gonna go for the Battle Royale. The ultimate Battle Royale.
All right, guys, it's week 7.
I broke my toe. You okay? You did it? The Fortnite World Cup Finals in New York City. There you can see the qualifiers per region. Everyone's going to get a spot.
Oh, yeah, and this build, not nearly as hype as I actually expected to be. And Smack just made the ultimate mistake. Nuked himself down from the high ground.
It's so impressive how Dr. Lupo is just constantly impressed by technology. You know, that's what happens when you're a senior citizen. You know?
Honestly, I can see Dr. Lupo over on the side getting ready to start the game, so we're going to have to get in the back.
Go, go, go.
Or do you see anything that you shouldn't right now?
We use a lot of replays during the broadcast, during analyst segments, and wrapping up the show. So now if you're curious as to how they're made, let's actually go meet up with David, Sundown's best friend and partner in crime.
What's up, Fortnite fam? My name's David, and I do the replays. Replays are pretty simple or complex, depending on what type of person you are. Whenever we see anyone, we can hit the slow-mo. We can also zoom in, so anything that you miss, or when those guys hit those far-out snipes that are just a single pixel, give you a little better perspective on it. Usually during my job, I either work with Sundown, or I work with Vala, your boy Zeke, maybe Lupo. He'll be sitting right here next to me, and I'll be showing them clips. We'll be working on breaking them down together, so whenever they go out on set and do the analyst package, I'm the one who rolls it, and they're the one who gets to talk about it and make it sound cool.
Dr. Lupo currently going to try and qualify here in the North America East section.
Yeah, you got this, bro. It's freaking great. Living my best life.
I actually got brought a plate of food. Which is really nice because it's kind of like, I do feel better now after watching that last game from Ballin. This is great. Thank you so much, production. Appreciate that.
There's actually a lot that goes into the way the Fortnite broadcast is cut. So let's go meet up with Ian and learn more.
What's up, Fortnite fan? I'm Ian, and I'm the technical director here, which means that I program and push buttons all day. We use this production switcher that has every video source that the broadcast uses fed into it, including cameras, graphics, our replay channels, and all of our in-game observers. And once they're here, we have the ability to select which one we're going to show on the stream. So if I go and I cut to camera 1, you at home are going to be looking at camera 1. And if I say, okay, let's go ahead and wipe into game, then we're going to go ahead and wipe into game. So throughout the show, Joe, the director, will be instructing me on which source we're going to go to next. Sometimes it's a composition of the two, and he's always real nice about how he goes about that.
Rewind, take! Re2, take! Re4, take! Re-replay, wipe it right! Re5, take 5! Re6! And wipe it again!
Week 7 was great. Having a blast at solos. Can't believe we know 80% of our players will be competing in the Fortnite World Cup. And my big standout for me is Dubs. 4 times has placed and qualified for the Fortnite World Cup. I think Dubs right now is the best solo player in the world. Get at me.
Reverse 2K, you made it from summer skirmish. You know, this is the waves, the ebbs and tides, man. To come up and make it to World Cup, I think he proved a lot of people wrong, and I'm proud of him to come all the way through.
In week 7, we got brand new tech, augmented reality. We actually got to chat with Michael Gay to learn all about it.
My name is Michael Gay. I'm the director of cinematic production at Epic Games, and what we're adding here to the show this week is a cool feature we're calling AR Wall. So what this gives us the ability to do is bring some of Fortnite into the studio. So we're tracking the camera, and with that tracking information, we're able to bring different parts of the island into the show. So to allow us to do this, we've added a tracking device to the camera so we can figure out where the camera is in the studio. The other thing we can do is we can experiment with loading up replays and having the replay that we just covered be in the wall so casters can talk about it. This is part of something that we're improving and iterating on for World Cup, and we hope to have some really cool stuff to show you then.
That is it for week number 7. Let's all say goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
but it's actually such a relief, such a big achievement, and something I've been working for almost a year now. It feels really good.
I think it's one of my biggest accomplishments. It's just a massive, massive pool of people.
You need to be so incredibly proud of your son being one of the best, one of the best solo Fortnite players in the world.
It's still hitting me like slowly.
I was literally just laughing. Like, I was laughing so much.
Wow, I won $50,000 guaranteed, and I'm going to New York.
Yeah, gonna keep 50,000. Oh,
there you go.
As a kid, this is basically all you dream of.
The hype's really real. It's a game I can compete in, and I think that's why I have so much fun in it.
Oh my God! You did not! Oh my goodness! What a play!
I'm incredibly grateful for Fortnite for giving me the opportunity to just pursue gaming and how many friends I've made through this game.
Thank you for everyone who believed in me, because I honestly didn't really believe in myself.
It's gonna be so fun. I love it.
It's awesome. Thanks, Fortnite.
Everybody, welcome back to the Fortnite World Cup Online Open Qualifier. Golden Boy here, and we just put down NA East. That's it. It's done. It's dusted. Now it's time to move on over to NA West, where one more spot is up for grabs in the entirety of the region. Some of the best players are going to start to clash in NA West. And as a matter of fact, they're doing so right now. You can check out their individual streams if you just go to Twitch or YouTube or Mixer or wherever you watch. I'm sure players are streaming right now from their perspective. Now let's take a recap of the schedule here, get you up to speed on what we saw throughout the day. As always, we started off with Oceania and Asia. Then we started the broadcast with Europe, had a look in with Brazil. And as I had mentioned previously, we just sunset on NA East, but now it's time to start NA West, and it's going to be a good one. I can't wait. Now here's the format. Just getting everyone up to speed once again. 15th place, you're going to get 3 points. Once you hit 10th place, you'll get 5 points, so an additional 2. It's an aggregate total. Then when you hit 5th place, you'll have 7 points, but only one duo will snag themselves a victory royale. 10 points total, and each elimination is going to count for 1 solo point. And then the players are playing for the $1 million prize pool. Lots of cash up for grabs throughout the entirety of the regions. And it's always about the spots for the Fortnite World Cup final in New York City coming up very, very soon. It's going to be an exciting one. We have a lot of great duos that have already punched their ticket, but now it's time to find out one more. Before we do that, though, we actually have an opportunity to talk to some of our players who have just qualified for the finals in New York City. Welcome, Eclipse and Tetra. Gentlemen, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you guys in New York City, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. All right. Well, let's just might as well dive in with the interview, fellas. Let's talk about the journey. Obviously, this has been a very perilous path for you all, but congratulations. You've managed to get this, make this a reality. What has, I guess, that chemistry been like between you two and really that practice regimen to get to this point?
We've known each other for... my bad.
Tetra, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Eclipse.
All right, we've known each other for probably a year now, but we never really dueled with each other. We've always had different duos, and then we gave it a shot one time, and then we just stuck with each other, and it worked out in the end, I guess, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you just stuck with each other. That's what you want to hear. out of a duo. It just kind of happened. All right,
just ended up being stuck together. But first of all, Eclipse, I want to say congratulations to you, and also thank you again for all of those times you let me hop in the backpack. And congratulations to whoever just hopped in the background and took the L in front of all these people. But what was the final moment like for you guys when you pulled up the leaderboard and you saw you were in that top spot? You're going to New York City. What did you do? Were you in a call together? Did you just scream? Did you run around your house? What was it like?
We were in a call with our friends in our Discord, and they were just going crazy. And yeah, it was the same for us too.
Awesome, man. Awesome. I could definitely, I can't even imagine it. All right, Tetra, what about you? Seems like you're in I think it's a LAN center?
Yeah, I'm at a LAN center right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
I went all the way from Florida to Virginia Beach to get better ping.
What?
Wow, that's dedication.
It was worth it. It was worth it. It was worth it.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it was worth it there. So now going into these final 2 weeks and then the 5-week stretch in the break, what is going to be your guys' game plan? Are you going to focus a little more on solos so you can each try and get a spot there, or kind of double down on your duos performance and keep grinding that out now that you are one of the best duos?
I mean, honestly, we're obviously going to try harder in duos, but I just need to focus more on solo, because we already qualified for New York in duo, so might as well go full grind for solos because we haven't qualified for that yet.
Yeah, same here.
Do you think that that's going to change your play style a little bit, knowing that you're going to New York no matter what? You think that you're going to play a little bit more confidently in solos next week? Yeah.
Probably.
Okay, you're going to push some boxes, get a little aggressive. Okay, I respect that.
Well, I mean, I expect Hector to be taking walls on that 0 ping, but thank you again, gentlemen. So now what we want to do for you is give you your opportunity. We'll start with Eclipse and then go to Tektra to say whatever you want. You can give your thanks, give your social plugs, let people know where they can catch you and where they can watch your gameplay.
All right, shout out to JJ Vizzoloni and BBQ and ZDQ, and all my socials are Eclipse.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, same with me, same people with the shout outs, and on Twitter, TetraFN, and then everything else, just Tetra.
All right, cool stuff. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We'll see you soon. And man, congratulations once again. And what a journey this has been for you. And keep on going. Looking forward to seeing you guys throw caution to the wind on Solos Week. It's gonna be fun.
Appreciate
All right,
it.
take it easy, fellas.
You too.
All right, there you have it. Eclipse, Tetra, they have qualified for the Fortnite World Cup on the NA East side. As I had mentioned at the start of this, we have one more spot left on NA West. Let's look at the leaderboard. Where are we right now with the standings? And it's going to be Little and Jay at the top with 48 points, Sundown.
Impressive so far, particularly, again, doing it in 2 matches with back-to-back victory royales. So very well done from them there. Again, a duo that has already qualified going through there, but showing their prowess. And not the only S2 duo up on the board. You got Rex and Calvin making an appearance there, largely on the back of those Elim points off the start, so might end up shipping. And some names we're familiar with as well, Yamoni and Tig, as well as T-Rose and Spectro from Doom, and Ramos 1X and Zizro. So a lot of familiar names who we're used to seeing out in the West battling for that one last qualifier spot.
And let's not forget, too, Dade and Johnny, fellow Bolt members there of Tetra and Eclipse.
Yeah, I know. Bolt could end up having one heck of a day. I mean, E11, you saw them. They had a day indeed, getting item through, as well as Stompy and Tishinkin over on the European side, and then Blue Tea coming through on NA East. So, I mean, all these guys showing up so far.
Hey, clearly, whoever's at E11, you got to pay your scouts a little bit more money. They did a good job. All right, well, let's jump into the action. NA West about to begin, and as a matter of fact, we're going to have Balla along with...
Wait, I can do this.
Okay, he's going, and voila. No, and voila, there you go. Okay, we almost made it happen. Enjoy, fellas.
We have a very strict rule against no cardio on set from the one time I chased Zeke around and then he was unable to actually speak through our intro. So ever since then, I have to, not run, don't trip over any cameras, don't spill any slurp juice. But I'm Sundown here with Balla TW, and we're ready to get into the NA West matches. So let's hop right on in and check it out. Again, this is week 8 of the Fortnite World Cup Online Open qualifiers. And this is the second to last chance for these duos to book a trip to New York City.
One duo spot up for grabs.
We saw the leaderboards a moment ago. Andrew and Little up at the top. No, sorry. Little and Jay up at the top. Their teammates right here, Andrew with Tacos. We've seen them at the top of the leaderboards in a couple of weeks, but not yet quite clinching their spot to New York.
Yeah, I mean, all those S2 guys, if you are unfamiliar with the story, I love talking about it because I'm a big proponent of this. You know, typically when you see those prefixes in there, it's about an organization or a team or someone who is out there. But for a lot of these guys, largely coming up, you've seen Bloom, you've seen S2, you've heard of It Gang, you've heard of the King Hitters. It's these friend groups. It's people who have a similar mentality, who get along spending time together, but want to get better at Fortnite. And they've all done it together and brought their game up and escalated. And right now they're here in the final sitting on 25 points.
And that's actually how a lot of these organizations have picked up, you know, teams and players throughout the history of Fortnite. I mean, it's only been a year and a half now, but you think back to like the players who were on Ghost. I mean, that was just a friend group. They were just playing, you know, some squad scrims that were, you know, mostly for fun. But it ends up being that they get so good together that they get picked up by orgs. I mean, Liquid, Ghost, these guys are all just friends in the meantime, and they get picked up because they get so good together.
Yeah, but right now, no friends on the island. This is Fortnite Battle Royale, where the battle is building. And more importantly, you want to outlast all of your opponents because you're looking for those points, which ultimately could land you a seat in New York City, July 26th to the 28th. You want to be at that final. You want to be playing on that stage, and all of these guys are doing everything they can as Tells gets drilled out of the sky and falls directly on top of Synergy's Zastra.
He's gonna have a nice little loadout here to, you know, heal back up to the 100 HP that he needs. He has some small shield potions as well. Almost finding an opportunity. Is that his floor? He could, yes, that's exactly what he's gonna do. He's gonna drop the trap and then knock the floor down. I think he's gonna clean up Gim's there, and guess what? He actually gets rewarded with another rift to go. He already has 2.
Yeah, so the question is, he will be able to just pop that for a free rotate, and he is towards the end of the zone. So what he should be looking to do, yep, drop the redeploy, pick up the rift, and then evaluate what weapon you want to be bringing with you. And because if you look in the bottom right-hand side, he is so far already into that zone, he's going to be able to wait before he pops the first rift and take some pop shots. So he's going to work back through his tunnel right now, see if there's anywhere he's going to be able to shoot, and boom, right there, the rock crack being picked up and will fall right away as Astra will now rotate on the backside of the storm, and he's looking for opportunities, has the rift, but he wants fights first. He doesn't have to use it, use the jump pad, but does take the 50 tick there.
You know, when you're in this position, you have so much mobility. You don't want to be taking these risks to get the launch, but you have 3 rifts. Like, you might as well just spend them. And then you can, because 3 rifts is going to last you every single circle, right? You could stay up there until the next zone. I mean, sometimes you have to dive depending on your position, but I don't know about that decision.
Yeah, lost 60 effective HP there, and then you did hear him pop the rift secondary, so maybe a little bit of a rough choice there as we now see Reciprocity's Triggy and Domo up in the high ground. Triggy does get ticked down. They are sitting on 5 elims already. Splodes come out, and they're going to wait to see where everyone falls. Boxing himself up, covered himself with the steps as well, and now he's going up as Domo has the high ground and the rocket launcher.
Nice find, looking right back onto Slothy Jr. And that was into the top 15 just then, so that elimination was one of those, you know, critical elimination. Now, switching over to Domo, Triggy's teammate up on high ground using that combat shotgun. We've seen its effectiveness, and I'm almost certain he's going to find another one. Just barely, you know, he switches targets there just to find, hey, that guy has shield. It's no longer worth it for me to continue shooting here. I'm going to try my next target. Oh, suddenly you're on white health? I'm going to focus you down. There's nets himself an elimination because of good target selection.
Yep, now you got 4DR Storm, the player who qualified out of the West last week in the second spot, just underneath him, getting closer to the second threshold, and that's it. Another knock coming out from Triggy, and Domo picked up the other side. That was Zemplex and Juckman who get picked up, and now we're one duo outside as Triggy sets his eyes skyward. Domo gets the confirmation onto Kayada. That was the one they'd previously down, and now they're up to 9 elims with ultimate high ground and 11 duos left. 10 duos left now, so a big swing there 3 points, pushing them up to 28.
And Zastra just went down. We saw him earlier with the 3 rift to goes. He actually went down with a few more rifts, so that's the thing I'm talking about. You got to use it or lose it. But to be honest, being up here is not worth it. If you're rifting, you're going to get punished by Triggy and Domo. They're not letting anybody land.
Yeah, particularly as we get closer to the last placement threshold. They don't want to be challenged here. They know they have uncontested high ground. That was a double right there. Sneaking the rocket in and finding it up to 13 eliminations now for Domo and Triggy as they single-handedly frag their way into the top 5. Now, 6 players remaining, 4 duos left. Andrew picks up Sanity Mo in the bottom right. Triggy is in your top right. You see Great and Tacos in between on the left-hand side. Tacos is the duo for Andrew. What Domo and Triggy are going to look to do is tarp out and then look for shots on the side. They're doing fine on mats. Great is getting pinched from the 2 drum guns above. That's a rat-tat-tat-tat. And Triggy finds that one there. Now it's a straight-up 2v2.
2v2, and the RPG's coming in as well from Domo. He's already down and pressuring onto Andrew and Tacos. So now 2v2, they're going to try to pinch in between Triggy and Domo. What is the play? Actually, somebody going out of zone. That's Andrew. He's doing that kind of rocket take from the zone. Is it going to be enough to take high ground? Yes, it is. So now Tacos all the way low ground by himself. Triggy and Domo are going to isolate him, immediately realizing the situation.
Shot the rocket
but the rocket comes in. It's going to knock Domo, and all of a sudden Tacos and Andrew are in control of the situation. Triggy by himself in the zone, and Andrew's going to clean that right up.
Brilliantly done from Andrew to dip back out into the storm. He took 6 ticks, but it didn't matter because he got high ground. Great decision from the other duo to push down and try and close it out. But unfortunately for Triggy and Domo, they lost track of the rocket, and that was the difference. Well done from Andrew there to close it one out. But the matches don't stop. As we said, we're hopping in from the 5th circle onward, and we're here with Dade and Johnny.
Yeah, and we saw them in 2nd place on the leaderboards, but guess who was in 1st? It was Little and Jay. They've already qualified, so right now, as it stands, the last time we checked the leaderboards, it was Johnny and Dade who are going to punch their ticket to New York. So if they can keep it up, we're going to see what they did to get there at this point. But if they can keep it up, they're going to New York, and we have to always point out, man, there's still no controller duos, or no controller players even qualified for duos. I mean, we've seen a few qualify in solos, 3 of them. That's Issa, Unknown Army, and of course, Letchi from Atlantis.
And Andy Rossi and Astonish as well. So we're up to 5 going out there. But as you have said, not a single controller player, not even half of a pair going in for the duos competition so far. But as you were saying, can they hold it off as the clock fades down there? We're getting closer to the halfway mark of NA West, so there's still a whole bunch of Fortnite to be played. And as Bala said, we are showing you a couple of the early matches to kind of give you the context, being like, hey, this is how we got here. This is how these guys popped off, because those early games can be exciting. And then we'll catch up to basically live matches. At most, it's a 5 or 10 minute delay on them. And again, don't forget, you can check out and follow along with us as well. You can pull up those leaderboards, set the region to whichever one of those matches you want to watch, select the match history, and load it up from your favorite player's perspective. Or if you're just trying to learn from any of the top players' perspectives, they all have something valuable to show you.
And you know, all the players who are qualifying for World Cup are taking advantage of that, watching those VODs from the players who have qualified and asking themselves, what did they do that I didn't do that made you qualify? Now on to Parm and Aimkeet. You can see they're doing, the typical thing. This is becoming way more popular as World Cup has progressed, to find the right position and look for those gatekeeping shots sundown.
Yep, you post up and then you turn. It's all about your rotation timing and when you can catch someone else and when you can be more efficient with your utility and your materials. As Parm and Aimkeet do have a central location, so players are going to be forced to rotate past them, but just look at the stack of players who are all going to be moving at once. You have the whole apartment complex on that side, 2 different S2 duos. You got the Bolt duo right there, Tome and Blitz just below it, so a ton of the West top player already getting into lobbies with each other.
I also saw the other S2 duo, Rex, in the background, who was on the leaderboard. So Dade and Johnny here with Rex and his duo. This is the story of how they got where they are right now. They're contending at the top of the leaderboards. Dade possibly going to knock a player down, possibly looking for opportunities. You see, he's always looking and making sure that his weapon is reloaded for the time that he can, but I love what he just did right there as Johnny was trying to make a motion into the other box. started getting shot a little bit. He's going to hold the turbo build for Johnny to go place that launch pad, and they can get out of dodge.
Yep, get out and then get over right away. What they want to do is try and get to the far side of the zone and set their feet because they use their utility right away. Everyone else is going to either be balling on over, as you see the last of those ballers getting picked, or be forcing to rotate, or more likely posting up and taking shots and then going later. So if you can go early and get in, it gives you a prime opportunity to do exactly what Dade is doing now. Picks up Blixifier there and he begins looking right away. Has this player pinged on the edge of the zone, but because he's central, he knows he's relatively safe. It's much harder to pick somebody off who's central in the rotation of the zone than if they're on the edge. Everybody knows to look to the edge of the storm as Johnny and Dade are able to loop back up together.
You can see that the aggression comes in phases in these moving zones because they move as far as they can, box up, look for shots, then move as far as they can again, just like we see Johnny taking out Boppin. So every time, I mean, it's going to get to a point where everybody realizes this is the tempo that they need to be playing, but when everybody goes for that first box up, everybody else is also going to be doing the same thing. So you got to start being careful because you can get immediately return fire on. And now Dade actually going to chase up the ramp onto Corey. That's a nice find there, but now they're split. Johnny and Dade need to get back together before anything else occurs, before any duo decides to pressure onto them.
Yo, he has so much healing utility. It is nuts. If he can get himself set and get back into the zone, they'll be in a prime position to potentially do something late game, but without shields, he's going to be very reliant on the heals as we're into the top 15. So 3 points coming out, and you also see Johnny popping off right now, picking up 2 elims by himself, while Dade is completely separated right now. So you see Spirit LS up on the high ground. You have Paul, who just got picked up between him, but Tech and Spirit are so high up compared to everyone else.
Yeah, I hope for their sake that they have at least mats or some sort of redeployer shadow grenades as Dade does go down right there next to Absolute Unit. And again, I have to hope that they have some way to get down a Rift to Go, some shadow bombs, some glider redeployers, something. Or, hey, they're going to ride some placement points here.
Yeah, they might just hang out, chill out up top, do everything they can, just like this baller's trying to ride for the placement points, wants nothing to do with that. Should have plenty of utility, but we'll see how he deals with it. Heavy snipes come out, but Calvin gets pushed on his box. No problem for Rex as he picks up the Absolute Unit and gets them into the top 10. So 31 points coming from there. Unfortunately, not going to have...
Oh.
Maybe.
He could do this. He could pick up his teammate here, and that could be the difference into getting towards that last placement threshold, the top 5. As everybody's actually, there's a whole kind of kerfuffle up on high ground right now. I don't even know how to talk about this.
Johnny just grabbed the zip line. He grabbed the zip line and destroyed the entirety of that mid-tarp. So all of a sudden, Taverner Vent and then Zizro just traded all the way out. Johnny gets picked up by Spirit as that's all happening, and all of a sudden Rex and Calvin are back in an okay situation on this low ground. Heavy snipe comes out. Calvin looking to try and get that immediate siphon and to push him into the top 5, but Parm gets Vent on the confirm, so top 5 does come through. They get the trap through the wall onto Cortez and manage to avoid it. Actually, not sure whose trap that was. Might have been Cortez's, but now 6 duos.
He got the pickup. Rex got Calvin up, so now it's 2v2v2. Spirit LS from high ground all the way up from before when we were worried about their redeploy are going to still hold high ground, and it's kind of a perfect little pinch for those 2 duos on low ground and high ground onto Parm and Aimkey. What's going to happen? They knock him out, getting a little closer to Rex and Calvin, and it's going to go to a head here. Rex and Calvin are going to be fighting soon. Parm goes immediately down, and now, actually, they trade out completely. It's funny because it's the 2S2 duos, and he's going to take out Aimkey. Now it's a 1v2.
And Spirit actually went to fire or threw a build down as Tech fired a rocket, so Tech took a ton of damage and knocked them down. Now they're only a layer apart. Spirit in the top right. Rocket comes down. Rex trying to create distance, but runs out into the storm, and Spirit LS cleans it up. They ride that ultimate high ground, ultimately to a victory royale with 18 points total.
Taking the win there, that was a perfect, play from the high ground all the way through, ending up directly on top of the people who are going to be threats, the people who they need to take out. That's going to be a nice win for them, but moving on to the next game, we've got Sean and Aiden. One of those controller players that we know. Everybody knows about him. Everybody's heard his story. We remember the Nick Merckx and Aiden battles in Tilted Towers way back at PAX West.
I mean, even before that, Aiden actually originally came on the scene. He did play in the summer skirmish, but he was someone who, again, I told the story about Mitro yesterday, someone we found through the solo showdown went, and it was like, I think he was at the time, he was like Aiden C12 or something like that, but he was Twitch Aiden C12, pulled up his channel like, hey, this guy's pretty good. Turns out, this guy's pretty good.
This guy is pretty good, and now paired up with Sean, is another one of those players who, you know, kind of had their rising performance at PAX West, you know, winning a couple games there. And he is one of those cerebral players, the players who, you know, play calm and calculate, but he has the mechanics too.
Yeah, he's one of the first who got I always give it the title of Young Lord. He was one of the first ones who was like, all right, this kid makes me feel slightly insignificant about video games because he's just that good while also continually trying to push himself.
There's a lot of those kids these days.
Yeah, these days it feels like it's every other person playing Fortnite, since I believe about 30% who have qualified for the Fortnite final are under the age of 16, which was the original competition age, as Sean and Aiden are able to pick up another pair of elims, pushing them up to 12. And here's the funny thing, there are still 45 players left. When we hopped into this lobby, there were 50. Still half of the lobby left to go in this match, and we're on 36-something points as Aiden pops that shadow bomb and runs all the way across. They're gonna look to post up relatively, they want to get up this mountainside if possible, or at least get onto the side of it as Aiden does that, but no eyes on Sean right now, so a little bit split.
Possibly had a baller or something else to make his way across, but I still don't see him. He's still up. He did lose a little bit of shield. He's up there on top of the hill, so must have gone a different direction. Regardless, they're going to be able to group up right now. Perfect play there. So I do have to, you know, touch on the standings real quick because they're at 37, and we do know the last time we checked the standings, it was in that range. The 40 points, 38 points was that first page. So we're catching up now, and this is probably a game that we have no idea how it ended up in terms of the standings.
Oh,
this
yeah,
could push them up
this is now all fresh. Ball and I don't have any context into this. We just want to watch some awesome Fortnite, which you guys have treated us to. Honestly, make our job so easy by just being so gosh darn good at this game all the time, pushing the boundaries, pushing what each other are able to do, picking up strategies, and it's very impressive. Now, as you can see, Sean and Aiden do have center zone on this next rotation, and a lot of the lobby has to come past them.
So already starting that gatekeeping. You see Aiden picked up another elimination in the feed just now. That brings him up to actually 14 eliminations. Speaking of making our jobs easy, I mean, the players are doing it for us by having fantastic games, but guess who else? You guys on Twitter using that hashtag Fortnite World Cup and adding, you know, Sundown saying, hey, I just got a 14 elimination game, or Aiden just got a 14 elimination game. That's where they're at right now.
Yeah, props to Mongrel. I think he's the best on that. 100% I can guarantee if I get added during European matches, like, most of the time, it's Mongrel tweeting, oh my God, show my last game, I just popped off. And honestly, he's yet to disappoint. So please keep sending us those matches. They've been fantastic. As now we're getting close to that first placement threshold. I know it's been a little bit, but we started with 50 players in the lobby, and now we're down to 25 as Sean goes out into the zone and retakes the high ground. He wants high ground control.
Yes, I think we don't know.
We didn't.
Fortunately,
through.
Just barely missing the shadow bomb timing there. Unfortunately, going to get knocked out. And I was wondering, because that play was so risky to all of a sudden invest so much of your material going for height and going so, like, the 90s are not that strong. I mean, not well, you know, structured. It only takes 2 walls to kind of knock that down.
Yeah, if you are for speed 90ing, 2 walls come down. If you're max efficiency in terms of coverage, yes, it will take 3, sometimes 4, depending on how you're going up. But when speed...
Oh, he doesn't realize! Aiden's gonna get him, yes, I believe, just barely.
He needs a siphon, though.
He does it. The siphon gets it just barely. Does cover his top right there. I was also concerned about that, but immediately going to be placing the campfire as he gets the zone. We can see it just barely in.
And now he's getting a great pickup onto Bobadon, and he's almost into the top 5. So the siphon maxing him back out, and now he's going back for height. We saw this movie before, but is Aiden the better action hero than Sean? As of now, it looks like it takes the high ground away, and he has control of the ultimate as Udi Duke picks up Caden, and we're into the top 5.
This is looking reminiscent of the Aiden-Nick Merckx battle that got them in the big bonus at TwitchCon right now. Aiden by himself fighting for height with Kanuchi. Is he going to be able to actually pick this off? Just waiting for him right now. Going to go back into Storm to see. Not yet going to happen. I think he wants to use that shadow bomb because he's running low on materials.
He needs to shadow bomb and go down. He's not going to win this game from height with what he has. He's running out of builds. He's getting pressured, and now he's going to opt to do it. Going to drop down, change his level, and reset. He only has the 9 builds, but he wants to catch somebody off guard. They know he's there, so he's dropping all the way to the back. He's screening the backside. So I'm looking for it. He finds it. 130. Needs to find the second shot. Hits it once, gets the wall replaced. Will he be able to find it? Pushes it.
Yes.
He got it.
The reset, too. A player was right behind him. Good reactions there. He's going to get out of dodge, and the materials are huge for him. 75 builds coming in, and I think that he's going to make an edit out to get safe, but no, gets down to 3 HP.
Doesn't have time to pop the mini as Mo cleans that one up. It's Uzi Duke and Kanuchi on the high ground. S2 Mo on the low ground. It's the friend groups. Bloom versus S2. Who's it going to be? Trying to set up the ramp for the push. And Kanuchi says, my aim is better. 12 elims and the victory royale. 22 points for Kanuchi and Duke.
I just have to, the circumstances in that game were hilarious because Aiden was the guy who was build fighting against Kanuchi and Duke. I think Sean also fell victim to the same thing, but it was Mo down on low ground who knocked both of them out every single time. So those 3 different interactions there end up going all the way to the end for the top 3. What an awesome game.
And we talk about it a lot, how high ground is such a priority, but one of the strongest skills, and I feel like underrated skills, is the amount of decision making that goes in, because I think you and I both noted it. Like, as soon as he went for it, we kind of like, I don't know about that. Oh, as he says, give me them toes, but instead goes right through. Might want to check your belt buckle on that one. Might be a new hole in it, but no heavy ammo is gonna land. I mean, we've talked about it before. It kind of, sometimes you feel like you need to make a move, when in reality, the best thing Aiden and Sean could have done in that situation was probably just disengage and wait. They had the tools to be able to do so, but because they pushed the envelope, sometimes when you're pushing it too much, it's gonna break, and that's what happens when you're playing at that high speed. Just doesn't always come together.
You could see that, when they ended up down on low ground, Aiden continuing to push the pace in that box, that ended up getting kind of trapped there. Nice pickup from CR with not only the TAC AR to kind of get him down from range. We know the combat shotgun is good from that range, but I mean, to track him all the way that distance, and then when he gets close, use that combat shotgun to finish him off. Nice play there.
So DPS-wise, it's actually horribly inefficient at that range. You're getting like 10 and 8 procs, but you're not doing it for DPS. These players are doing it because when you're aiming down sights and that spread is as tight, you're gonna hit those pellets. These guys have as good of an aim, and with just a little bit more margin, 4 consistent 10 ticks is better than firing off 4 shots with an AR and not hitting any. It pressures your opponent, but now AGD is gonna drop back down into his box and just try and disengage.
I mean, when you think about it, when you think about the weapons, the DPS sure is gonna be weak for the combat shotgun, but like you said, the precision that they can have with it is actually gonna increase the effective DPS because they're hitting every single one of those shots, at least a few pellets.
Exactly. I mean, we saw Tfue do that earlier, and then all of a sudden, if one of those guys comes too close and you get an all headshot, it can rock off. But now AGD trying to play some billiards there, but proving he's no Mr. Savage just yet. Firing him off. Did get a connection over there, but nothing so far yet. And I mean, as Golden Boy says, when in doubt, just throw a whole bunch of grenades.
I have to say that Mr. Savage shadow bomb play with the grenade launcher down on low ground where he took out Mitro and Aqua, has kind of brought the resurgence of the grenade launcher in these end games. Way more people are starting to carry it. As we all know, Mr. Savage's favorite weapon is the GL. It's going to net him 1 elimination, a knock on the chicken so far, but the timing, yes, it did get finished by Pancakes. So, did get the elimination credit.
Will get the point there. And the one thing that honestly, I don't want to say disappoints me about that Mr. Savage play, but just because of how absolutely stunning the Shadow Bomb play was, so many people forget about how absurd the grenade launchers were and how they put him in the position to win that match, which is largely what AGD and Astro are doing here, using a weapon that not a lot of people utilize, and they pick up 3 elims on that side, everyone rotating. You want a definition of gatekeeping? Check the last 20 seconds from these guys.
That was clinical. I mean, nobody who was in that area made it out at all.
Bag of Benny just got his ball broken by Forgotten Viking as he went over the top of the pressure pit and then fell down. I was watching that coming through. See, and Astro drops down. Send Pancakes. Pancakes. Waffles are better. I will defy you otherwise as Astro sends him back to lobby. They have syrup pockets. You can't debate me. And we're also into the
Fortnite
top
World
15
Cup, waffles
now.
or pancakes.
We're into the top 15 now, so 3 points coming out there. No, don't need to use the hashtag. It's not a debate. If you choose pancakes, you're fine, but you're entitled to your wrong opinion. But right now, it's all about the Fortnite action, not savory breakfast food. So right now, Envious up on the high ground, trying to get the replace here. Good cone defense coming out from this player, but Envious is going to be relentless. Heavy Snipe gets the replace right on in. Say Saucy, not saucy enough, and Envious gonna get the siphon and all the spoils.
And the timing for that heavy snipe was perfect, right? As Say Saucy was trying to edit out, he goes for the heavy snipe. He's not gonna be able to, hold that turbo build on that wall, regardless of if he reacts to the heavy snipe or not. Now, this pressure plant ending Sundown is so difficult to navigate with all the vents in the area, especially as it comes over and back in, over and back in. It ends up being so confusing. What do you do in these situations?
Honestly, I try and get as far away from that vent as possible as the zone is closing. I'm a big proponent of controlling what you can control, so I would be doing my best to either be Astra and AGD up here or get way over onto the far side of the zone. So right now, they're up on ultimate high, sitting on 11 eliminations currently and almost to that next placement threshold. Also, AGD has 2/3 of his mats as he's going forward, so they're going to be able to hold this for ages.
Yeah, but they are really high. We don't want to see what happened to Sean in the last game happen to them. They have plenty more, distance to fall before using those shadow bombs. They did just reach the top 10 just now. And there it is. They're going to start to go down, but, they might still decide to stay on this high ground if this team doesn't. Oh, I love what Astra did. He actually knocked them out. Praz goes all the way down. He might be able to use this launch pad to get right back on AGD's tarp. No, they're going to decide, possibly going for the high ground right now. No, there's one player up here, but he doesn't realize he's going to take it. Yes! Astra with the launch pad and the play. They're back on the high ground all of a sudden. And AGD has it too. One more Shadow Bomb player trying to get up. That's Brody.
They're making everybody go up, down, but Astra and AGD are doing it best, fragging their way now into the top 3, and they are the only duo remaining, sitting on 15 elims currently. This is a 22-point match, but can they ride it out? Astra 1, 2, 3, 4, and he gets Bro 6i. Brilliantly done there, and it's a 1v2. Astro and AGD need to just clean this one out. You have Zopi on the low ground, and I don't really know where he's going to go. He's going to get forced into old builds here, and it's going to get awkward fast.
Yeah, it is, but nice movement to get up the one player, and he's going to heavy snipe and get a nice tack shot onto him. Maybe get down a little bit and use those minis if he can, but the pressure's coming on. Both of them using those spam weapons to get all the way through, and here comes the GLs from AGD.
That's a great disengage, though. He got all the way down another level. It created space, got enough to get a mini shield off, so is only giving up a little bit of effective HP. He actually has the HP lead. So Zopi is in your bottom right. You have AGD in your top right. You can see the travel on the wide as the grenades are trying to tuck in there. Grenade launcher, corner pocket, and that's it. AGD proving he's the best billiards player on NA West. Slotted it in there in a 27-point performance, 50 out of them so far.
Hey, when in doubt, throw grenades. Isn't that right, Golden Boy?
That's right, baby. 8-ball corner pocket. They called it, and they nailed it. And I have to say, I love myself a good grenade launcher finish. And I also love myself this man right here, Zeke. You see that? You see the way I did that?
I love you
That's
too,
right.
buddy.
Jean jacket brethren wearing the Canadian tuxedo. No, never mind. You see, you just ruined it. You ruined it for all of us. Moving on. Zeke, what else? What do you have? Not what else, because we were just treated to that. So what do you have for me, bud?
Thanks. Let's take a look at some replays, some cool clips we pulled. I just wanted to kind of highlight some plays. Finals day is a big day for a lot of players. And a lot of these players have really refined their gameplay, their skills. That trap play was absolutely insane. Next level game sense coming out there. Triggy here, these are the kind of laser skills you want to have. Boom, immediately 180, pop, pop. That player has been eliminated back to lobby. Now, we do see that this does translate here for Triggy. They almost get themselves his Victory Royale, but unfortunately, the S2 twins, not twins actually, S2 duo Andrew here is going to force him out in a storm and say, well, Triggy, I'm so sorry, my friend, but this is my Victory Royale today. It was close, but doesn't always go like that. And of course, earlier on, we watched Aiden just put on quite the show, man. We have not seen Aiden and Goshan qualify yet, but I have high hopes. We've known Aiden for quite a while now, since PAX. maybe even a little bit before that. His skills are insane. He just continues to get better and better. I personally just love watching his play. This was, look at him, point blank. He's like, oh no, you're in my face. And then Aiden's like, no, yeah, I'm going to be here. I'm just going to sit and wait this out. Now, keep in mind, the entire time, Sean was eliminated, so Aiden kind of had to put Sean a little bit on his back there. But, of course, we know Sean is also a phenomenal player. But, yeah, I mean, Finals Day is just, it's very different. It's a very different atmosphere coming out of Saturday's games, you know. You could probably say that Saturday's games are more, I guess, kind of like a quote-unquote pub stomp. Not really, though, because it's more elimination-based. But in Finals Day, you really have to rely on getting victory royales, placing high. And right now, look at this, right at the top.
Yeah, you're going to have one victory royale, 60 points and 6 games remaining of this group here, Jay and Little. They're going to be sitting at 51, but they have 1 game more to spare than everyone else. 2 victory royales to boot. And impressive stuff there. Now, this spread, though, it's very interesting because if you go all the way down low where Lino and Barra is, or I should actually not say Lino and Barra, I should actually say Kenichi and Duke, that would be 46 points. That's going to be that split there. So 14 points separating between number 1 and 9th place. And this is all that matters in this region. Nothing else, because as we saw in Europe, it was the top 4. In NA East, it's the top 3. In NA West, it's all about number 1. And as it currently stands, number 1 will be Sean and Aiden. Can they hold on to it, though? It's going to be tough. Very
Still
tough.
quite a few games left to play, but that huge spree that Aiden went ahead and treated the world to has really paid off dividends right now, because they're sitting at the top of the leaderboard. We still have quite a bit of time left, though, and again, you talked about that spread. They had that 7-point lead on the 2nd place team, but like you said, this is something to keep an eye on if this is kind of your first time watching competitive Fortnite. Looking at 46 to 53, this is only a 7-point difference, right? So if these guys pick up 7 points, they'll find themselves here, right? So just to keep an eye on that as we kind of move on with the rest of the standings and the games throughout the day. And of course, you've got games remaining as well. So
plenty of games left, folks. NA West is just starting up. I know you want to watch some more games. So do we. So let's send it back to your casters, Sundown and Bala.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy and Zeke. And Zeke, I'm not even going to mention your math there because not sure exactly what that was. But one thing that Ball and I were just talking about in that circumstance, every other previous duo qualifier from NA West was on that top 10 leaderboard. Every single one of them. You had Arkham and Falconer up there, Barrow and Lino, and then S2, Little and J. Every single one of them representing. So, you know what? So much for all of that RNG. These guys are battling it down like it's a bad case of the cold.
Yeah? A bad case of the cold?
Yeah, I didn't know where I was going with that one.
I mean,
I don't really know how to battle the colds, because colds you just kind of get. I was running and it was going to go good, and then I just a bad case of, it was the cold.
I like it.
But they got it, and they're out there. They're nice and warm. They're warming up, and we're here now almost into the final third of the NA West matches. You can see that timer ticking down in your bottom left-hand corner. And if you are just joining us, welcome. This is the Fortnite World Cup Online Open Qualifiers, and that was a stinky grenade coming out of Snackbar and S2 Mo onto Frostmage.
Well, he's going to get sick of those stink grenades right there, because that's not what you want. Edge of zone. He already knew he was in a rough spot, and then all of a sudden the team comes out from behind him where he pretty much thought there was not anybody in that direction.
Where's his duo?
And all of a sudden the stink. Did he get knocked?
Yeah, he got knocked there, and then they got the cleanup, right?
Well, that's a question for another day, I guess.
I'm just like, I don't know how you end up that far over on the side, completely isolated, but it's all good as we're on board with NC and Trev, another one of those solo riders. Currently, there's only 3 of them hanging out there. You have Rever picking up Relicon right as he was able to get a knock. So not quite sure he'll be able to convert, but Trev desperately needs to find a siphon because he is hurting on basically everything, dealing with only mats and a combat shotgun. And honestly, the suppressed sniper and the gray AR is going to be rough when you only have 27 HP to deal with. Any peeks that you do, somebody else is going to be able to peek more efficiently.
But you've got to do something when you're in this situation. Hopefully, picks up an elimination, gets the siphon, and hopefully some loot too. I was going to say, hey, where's your teammate? Does he have any heals or anything like that? But no, you're by yourself. You've got to make something work. But honestly, it's kind of a conundrum, right? Do I go for the Siphon or do I just try to play for placement? We can see he knows there's 39 players. Okay, nice shot onto the Vic. That's exactly what you need to get back in the game. But again, he knows there's 38 players up. Does he know if it's close to that point threshold? That's kind of what I want to play for if I'm in this position.
And now he's actually trying to get a little bit greedy and get over towards that side of the zone. Knows there's players nearby, so wants to be able to break through and get over because he knows he needs whatever resources were there. That player was a full elim on top of a supply drop, so if he can get that as well as what they dropped on their body, it'll be huge. But this is so close, but yet so far. Money and Tig were waiting for the little loot goblin to come scrambling on in, and they picked it up as the rotations will now all begin. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner all those triangles moving. Mo picks up an elim. We're still 3 duos left before that first placement threshold, and we saw Moni and Tig were up towards the contending part of the leaderboard the first time we checked in. Can they get themselves back into contention?
Yeah, and contention right now is up towards that, 60-point range, which is what Aiden and Sean were at after that game that we watched. And everybody else down, towards that lower 50s and high 48s, or high 40s, I should say.
Yeah,
so
46 being the top of that first page.
Yeah, so we'll see whether Moni and Tig can get themselves back onto that first page. That's what we're hoping for from this game right now. Nice little tunnel, but actually Tig goes down while he's trying to double ramp out. Moni's going to get some revenge there, taking out TGI Ryan. And onward and forward he goes.
Oh, I was going to pronounce that as like Tigirian or something. Nope, TGI Ryan is definitely correct. Great shot coming out from Money there, and then he's going to about face and look to clean it up. Gets 36 and 24 white, but not quite able to get the conversion. He's getting a little bit of bloodlust here, trying to find it and clean it out, and he does. Not sneaky eye, not sneaky enough. Gets the conversion and then covers his back to make sure he doesn't take any more unnecessary damage. Gets all the builds from that one, so not in a bad place, particularly if he can get pressure here too.
I love immediately has that player, that was just great blocking onto this guy. He's in a rough position now because he's running into the old builds that aren't his at all. But Moni put himself so perfectly there as he gets top 15. Not only did he place those stairs overhead, but he, placed the wall in the way, and now actually he's going to go down to Arkham, so they're not going to push towards that top.
And it was, oh no, Meta Envy got taken out, but Sino is still in the lobby, so the Meta boys, the duo from South Korea, playing over in the West, trying to get one of those qualifying spots for the week, doing everything they can. But right now, you have Go Crazy and Mighty Rebel up on the ultimate high ground, but Rio and Saf are just below them. Week 2 qualifier, Arkham and Falconer on the mid-tart, but now we're going to hop on board with AU Salvo as he's on the far edge of the zone. The rotation is coming through. Top 10 is now solidified, so everybody getting 5 points for their trouble, and the elims will be coming through right there. Yonder July gets cracked in the back from the combat. Salvo, can he follow it up with a Salvo zone? And he does. Mr. Mowgli, this is not the book for you. You will go down, and Salvo continues this run along the edge. Plenty of mats now, but is going to have to deal with Old Man Mountain. Knocks the player out of the baller, desperately looking to find where he went, but can't quite track him as he continues to work upward.
Almost getting through the little cracks there. He's got one more player to contend with, but I think that might be the end as he does get the Siphon, but the zone's starting to work a little bit in his favor. It's kind of slowly turning to go up this hill and get smaller and smaller. I think he might have the opportunity to make it up, but we're still looking. Sinu has no chance down there, trying to look for anything that he can get in the zone. Now Falconer by himself does have that mid-ground. It's going to continue over that hill and end up closing on the other side. Salvo still making his way up. Can you do this? This would be the climb of a lifetime. I think it's over here as he ends up Harry Potter himself.
Yep.
That's over, unfortunately.
And
it was a good try.
It was an effort indeed, but Old Man Mountain claims his toll, and Go Crazy and Mighty Rebel helped them out by placing a ton of metal in between, only leaving one route for NZ Toko to get up there, but Toko now dropping along the side. 2 builds left as Go Crazy and Rebel do begin to drop down. Go Crazy goes and gets the first exchange. Will he find the second? Great shot from Toko to get the shot back onto Go Crazy. Toko is sliding down. Will he be able to find it? Gets the knock, but doesn't get the conversion. Instead, Mighty Rebel closes it out with some help from Go Crazy. They get the victory route and the 16 points.
It's exactly what you want to see there. Controlling the high ground, knocking everybody out. Old Man Mountain claimed its toll as everybody tried to make it over. We saw Sinu, we saw the AU player as well. That was a rough one for anybody who didn't realize that, you know, those little hills sometimes, especially in that desert area, they can take you by surprise.
Well, it's more less about the overall size and how abrupt it comes up.
Exactly.
If a hill is large enough to change one single material grid space above, if it's more than one, or even if it's just awkwardly positioned, sometimes you just can't build up it and you can't get there unless you're back a grid space. And when it's a 10-tick storm damage and you're in this late game, you're dealing with not the ability to go in the storm for 2 seconds. You can't just duck back out and be like, oh yeah, I'll take 20 damage and build back up, it'll be fine. Like, that doesn't happen. But right now, Little and Jay trying to put pressure on this opponent who is against the edge of the storm, and they got the first wall replaced, and they're going through. Will they be able to close it out? Closey does get spammed on there, and they get cleaned out. Will get the conversion on that, but some assist fire comes in to give them a little bit of respite.
And so Little and Jay there, the perfect team play. You saw them both, you know, one player pickaxing the other player building to take the wall, but what I didn't, you know, realize is there when he dropped down and he started, you know, going after the wall, his teammate was firing from the AR up ahead where he's safe just in case they do end up making a play. And so from the safety there, he's firing the AR, the wall's going to come down, he still replaces it right down in the box. Good play there, and you know, we're learning here on the Fortnite stream.
Yeah, what do you expect to do but learn from these already qualified players? Now we're on board with another as Leno and Burrow are sending players plummeting to the ground as Leaps falls all the way. Again, more than 3 grid spaces is enough for that fall damage to cause a knock, and he will go down. Not a knock, excuse me, any form of damage. I believe it's 5 for a full knock now as Leno and Burrow are pinned in there from the Stinks, and they're going to disengage down. The Siphon coming through, a kind of an opportune time to give Burrow a little bit of a break, but the Stinks aren't giving him any break at all.
You know, and Barrow, one of those teams that we know, at least I discovered them through the Scallywag performances, the Lux Cup, you know, the World Cup warm-up all the way through behind and through the World Cup qualifiers. And actually, Barrow did end up going down while I say that, but still, such strong performances. Curse. Yeah, I mean, they've already qualified, you know.
It's fine. Yeah, we can curse them all they want. You know what? I actually just think they're going to win the Fortnite World Cup, win all of it. They're actually both going to win solos at the same time, too. I don't know how it's possible. No, just kidding. That's why we're on the verge, in words of caster curses. But now, Kenshi and Will pushing over towards this apartment complex. They want the entirety of this high ground as they drop Lamo, and the rest of the lobby is basically up in the sky. Anybody who would be a threat is lower than them, so they can take these pot shots up in the air as they reevaluate.
Reevaluate they will, as that zone is starting to move. We're about halfway into that first moving zone, the first fully moving zone from closing. And they're going to make their way slowly across on the high ground, but they have to be careful. You saw one player actually sniping at them, possibly, you know, trying to knock them down. They're both going to rush back, but guess what? Jay and Little starting to make a little bit of a high ground push of their own.
And taking that high ground he did, and then look how clean the edits were downwards. So smooth to now get the pressure. This player forced over, and you can note right away how if one is going to edit, the other is hard aiming down sights, holding that LT or holding that right mouse button or whatever you have aimed down sights, bound as, and then the other one goes, and even right there, Little pops the shadow bomb, and then Jay does the edit for him to minimize the amount of time they're stuck. But he gets boxed in the same box.
Trap? No, just barely. He's gonna start the spam through. He's gonna escape, but Little coming from the back. He's actually gonna pressure onto that player, and I think this guy is not gonna get away. Yes, anxiety. Ooh. The rift there too. Wow, what a surprise there. They got the elimination. They're gonna get the Siphon from that. Little is, I believe, that he got the knock. So at least one of these guys are going to get the Siphon, and they get their choice of position with that rift.
Yeah, and they need to reset immediately because 11 duos are left. They want to put their feet on the ground and begin taking shots. You see Sicko landing just next to him. Leno is still in the match, so that other already qualified pair there. As you see Danky's pick up too. Matty M-Dog does go down. We still haven't seen that 11th duo be knocked. Aim assist does get knocked down there, and we're still not there. Solo riders are abundant. There's 7 of them left as Jay and Little continue their duo rampage, moving over to the far side of the zone, and boom, there we get it. Will picks up grass, and we're into the top 10. 5 points for everyone now as Little and Jay now about face. Great 61 headshot, and he follows it up. ZZZ Skyclouds, you can go to sleep. there. And now Little going to begin chucking the dynamite as Jay turns and finds Sicko, who is forced to rotate, dips out in the storm, gets all the mats and the launch pad, and then resets. Brilliantly done from these two, as the dynamite also ends up finding Leno. So just the one he threw away, it's like, whatever, I don't need this anymore. Kaboom! Goes the dynamite.
Great timing from Jay and Little, and they're showing us how to play as a duo right now. Everything they do is coordinated, the timings. They have a set window every time they start to pressure. They're going to go try to get in this box, but the fades through, takes out Reet.
I'm almost positive the heavy sniper shot their hit. He fired it and there was a hit marker, and then that player was on full white. So I think he got the flick going in. Whoever's breaking it down, if you want to double check and go check that one out, might have happened. I know Bala called it out with Kazui's flick before it ended up being sick. But right now, Little and Jay are just showing why they're one of the best duos on the, debatably one of the best duos on the West Coast, and potentially one of the best in the game. Again, already qualified for the Fortnite World Cup final, and just running through players here, gets the knock on Daijoda, and look how clean that was. The double edit up, and then he gets the finish as well as he edits down to get the siphon. So now he's back in it, traps being fired out, trying to get the reload to get the drop on the player, and he has that natural cover, but it's not going to be enough as Will gets the knock there. So it's all going to be up to Jay on the high ground. Kenshi and Will on the low ground, as Venor just cleans everyone up, says don't mind if I do, picks up the 2 elims. Now he's stuck on the low ground. However, he's not going up a hill, he's going down it. Jay has all the pressure in the world, has the heavy snipe, has the rocket launcher, sees Venor try to go out to the launch pad and denies it right away. Watch how Jay's going to play it. He's going to be incredibly patient, continue firing the rockets and jumping out. Venor has to make a move, and there it is. Jay just needs to look skyward. There's a max deploy height. Venor hits it, and Jay does enough damage for the storm to take him over. Well done from S2's Jay. There's a reason these two have already qualified for the World Cup final.
You said it's possibly debatable that they're not one of the best duos in the West, but you know what? That proved it to me that they are one of the best duos on the West Coast, because that was clinical all the way through. Everything they did together, everything they did, they came back and they played as a team, and that's what I talk about, right? The skill ceiling in this game, especially in duos, when you have your teammate here, is so high. The things you can do with your teammates, we saw the phase techniques going out, we saw, the turbo build holds, we saw the pinches, everything there, the utility usage, the timing, everything was, in my mind, almost perfect towards that end game from Jay and Little.
I think that's also might be the first time we've seen a drift board in like a couple of weeks make it into the late game. Typically, you'll see players just get beamed if you even remotely try and rotate on that. But you know what? Vide right there says, I'm feeling like I'm going a little wakeboarding right across the water of Lazy Lagoon.
I mean, he is on the West Coast, so definitely, surfing USA.
But instead going to swap right on over to those ballers that they were able to pick up on the rotation. Didn't have those previously, so might have done a nice little yoink on it. But now we're going to see if we can get some pressure onto this box on the side. Uncommon AR rounds are coming out, but nothing doing there as the player's just going to stay boxed up. Oh, finds it there. Great job to get the knock and follow it up with the stink, and both of them, Steve McSweat and the duo, go down, and the Lazarus boys are going to push right in there.
It was a great pickup. I mean, the first shot was impressive, but then the second one was just beautiful as he actually opened the window to try to back up his teammate and make sure that he's not going to get the finish. But as soon as he opened it, Speed was there. Just absolutely deleted.
And now you can see Edgy and Scented. That's the barcodes right there directly above Carly and Hannah from Gen G. Trying to be posted up in the zone. Again, 42 players left, 22 duos. That first placement threshold is top 15, so still have a bit to go there. And also, we are now into that final hour of the queues, so players are going to want to make every one of these moment counts. If you want a seat in New York City, you better clutch up right away and right now, because there is one spot out of NA West.
I love what Edgy and Scented are doing right here. They're both sitting in the same box. That's not typically what you see from a duo. You can see Carly and Hannah have their own, the little two 1x1s next to each other. But Edgy and Scented, they stayed in the same box, and I think it was Edgy, holds the walls, while Scented does any work to find any eliminations. Oh, he went in the box, places the trap on the top, and actually doesn't even need the trap because he's going to take out backup right off the drop.
Doesn't need it indeed. Good rotation from that team and from the Gen G ladies. They were able to pick up an Elam as they got out of that and get closer to that top 15, 17 duos left right now. As you see, all of those rotations coming out, those tactical assault rifle rounds being poured out as Tome, Kota, and Oasis all end up going down. You see Edgy and Sentin using the launch pad and getting to the far side. 16 duos left, one more to fall before 3 points go to everyone in the lobby. And Edgy looks like he's making a play for high ground now.
Making the play for high ground. As you can see, Sentin was shooting out that RPG, possibly knocked them out. Yes, they did. There it is, high ground for Edgy, and Sentin, one player in the tree, that Cypher PK, he's going to get absolutely deleted because guess what? You can't build when you're on the trees if you get knocked out. He did catch himself, but not going to be any sort of jungle player right here. Edgy using the combat shotgun again to try to knock this out. They've got to win this fight for high ground because they're committed at this point.
Yes, but we are into the top 15, so everyone getting 3 points for their trouble now. As you see, Sentin and Edgy up on that ultimate high ground. You can see the rest of the lobby. Ranger working along the edge of that storm. You have Unkind, Triumph, and Spaz all on that far side. Ranger now with the combat shotgun, and then again, first time seeing this burst compact SMG today posted up as Carly does get taken down. Believe she was able to get inside the top 10 now, but however, we're into the top 8 and closing in on top 5. Player pops out of shadow form. Can Ranger clutch up? He finds Unkind right away and then gets that Elam up to 49 points now and gets a nice little refresher on builds. Player with the redeploy falls directly in front of Ranger, so he's just going to defend and box himself up. But the story is on the high ground. Edgy and Sentin just raining shots down, and there isn't a soul in the lobby who is even looking up or remotely considering contesting them. However, as we move over into this Badlands area, there is a lot of potential for those guys to end up coming into play. Somebody could end up challenging for it, but right now, it looks like this is Edgy and Sentin's game to lose. Sentin does jump off and fire the rocket, takes a bit of fall damage for no trade out, so instead is going to opt to pop the big pot and get some of that effective HP out. But here's that geyser play. One ends up taking off to the sky. Will he be able to reset it? There goes a second. Ranger follows him up as well. Spaz is looking to stay down, but nobody wants to get caught in front of these two combat shotguns.
Yeah, and the vents are kind of risky at the same time, but the speed that you end up going up, but right here is where the issue is, because as they come down, they're going to be gliding, and there's nothing they can do to stop Sentin and Edgy from making them glide. And that's going to end up for the slowness of them coming down to easily hit those combat shotgun shots, and that's why Spicy and Vide down here not using the vents at all.
Yes, that's called maximum deploy height. You are forced at some point while you're diving to deploy your shoot if you're just in regular form. But now, we talked about it, Edgy and Sentin have the high ground. They can deny it. Here's that slight change in elevation. It's not super steep, but the 3 boxes will be enough.
Shadows.
Spicy
They both
the
have
shadows. They're popping it and they're going off the side, but can they find their way back up? So what Edgy and Sentin did is they just walled out the floors, so Spicy wasn't able to get up. Vide did find a way, but it's a straight up 1v2. Edgy and Sentin versus Vide. You see Sentin actually ducked back around to make sure he got the Elam and the Siphon. They want every point possible because they're looking to try and get to New York City. Currently sitting on 63, and they desperately need more to challenge for that top. It's so close right now. We still have more matches to go, but right now we're going to toss on over to Golden Boy, who's back in the studio.
Crazy conclusion to that end game there. Edgy being able to edge them out.
Yes, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, don't boo him.
I'm the best.
He
anyway,
spread his beautiful butterfly wings.
Thank you so much. Moving on, though, let's take a look at the standings now and see where we are in NA West. So why don't I meander on over here? And we are going to have, okay, well, not shocking that Arkham and Falconer, as well as Little and Jay, are playing out of their minds and doing it week in and week out. Also, Arkham, huge shout out to you, man. That Shadow Bomb play, never forget. Moving on, though, that still means, so just to kind of set the stage here, 1 and 2 have already qualified. Okay?
That's right. First 2 spots.
Which means that Aiden and Sean are still safe. Technically, still safe. And let's keep in mind, too, that they're only 3 points away from being able to get up into first place. They're having a good time here so far Zeke, and looking at the rest of the, I guess, the lay of the land, you're also going to see Rux and Pika there as well, and then Edgy and Scented, who we saw in that game right at the tail end there. Crazy series of events that led to that victory royale for them. Zeke, this is looking like a really interesting top 10.
Yeah, man, for sure. Take a look at the spread again. So if we just compare Ghost Sean and Ghost Aiden to Rux and Pika, sitting in 10th place, you got the 60 points here to the 71. So this is an 11-point difference. You know, this could be, let's say Rux and Pika pull off a victory royale with a single elimination. It's a lot, it's a tall order. They could be hopping up here and potentially contesting this spot. You know, it's a great point to say that obviously these two separate duos have already qualified, and yet again, just destroying this region. But again, there's still the 4 games left, 6 games left. It's gonna be a close one, man. The spread here as well, you know, it's still anyone's game. There's still plenty of time.
Yeah, it really is, and it's going to be interesting to see how this all turns out. But we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to dive right back in to NA West. We have more games coming. You're going to want to watch it. We'll see you soon.
What's up, Fortnite fam? Sundown here, and today we are going to talk about shadow bombs and their impact on competitive play. If you haven't had a chance to use the shadow bomb yet, it is a utility consumable that drops in stacks of 2, and you can carry up to 6 per slot. When used, the shadow bomb grants the user invisibility, move speed, the ability to double jump, and the ability to wall jump. Shadow form lasts for 6 seconds, but will remain active after that window until the user touches their feet on the ground. We've seen shadow bombs already have a huge impact on some of the Fortnite World Cup online open qualifiers.
Can he hit it? Oh my gosh! He hits it! You freaking legend! Are you kidding me?
Now, let's hear what some of the players who have already qualified for the Fortnite World Cup final think of the addition of shadow bombs to competitive play.
I think with Season 9, the shadow bombs are a perfect mobility that has its downsides and upsides if you use it right.
I mean, I think shadow bombs are very balanced right now. They're a really good way of getting mobility considering they're an uncommon item.
I feel like they're a really good addition to the game. It's as good as a Rift to Go, maybe even better in my opinion. You can get your position wherever you want to, especially end zone. People don't expect it.
A little bit of HP, let's go! You're gonna pull it!
It's a must carry. You know, when that zone pops and you're super far, you can pop a shadow bomb and just get to the next zone. It's great. I love them.
Shadow bombs are amazing. Like, I reckon that's like one of the best things they brought out so far, because you could just sneak into someone's box or like get high ground or like go low ground without taking damage.
There's moments where people clutch up, like very end game, like they might not have mats, and the Mr. Savage play where there's a hill and you went up it with the shadow bomb. It was just crazy.
They've got to go up the side of a mountain, and it's shadow bomb time. He's deciding to take storm damage. Yes. Mr. Savage! Oh my God! Oh my goodness! What a play! The best shadow bomb use I've ever seen! Mr. Savage M rising to the top of the mountain.
Thanks for watching, and hopefully you learned a thing or two. What's the best way you've used a shadow bomb? Send us clips using the hashtag Fortnite World Cup, and we'll see you guys on the battle bus. Or maybe not, if you're in shadow form.
Actually qualified, it's actually such a relief, such a big achievement, and something I've been working for almost a year now. It feels really good.
I think it's one of my biggest accomplishments. It's just a massive pool of people.
You need to be so incredibly proud of your son being one of the best, one of the best solo Fortnite players in the world.
It's still hitting me like slowly.
I was literally just laughing. Like, I was laughing so much.
Wow, I won $50,000 guaranteed, and I'm going to New York.
Yeah, gonna get 50,000. Oh,
there you go.
As a kid, this is basically all you dream of.
The hype's really real. It's a game I can compete in, and I think that's why I have so much fun in it.
Oh my God! Oh my goodness! What a play!
I'm incredibly grateful for Fortnite for giving me the opportunity to just pursue gaming, and how many friends I've made through this game.
Thank you for everyone who believed in me, because I honestly didn't really believe in myself.
It's gonna be so fun. I love it.
It's awesome. Thanks, Fortnite.
Welcome back to the Fortnite Online Open Qualifiers. I am Kitty Plays, and we are just reaching that midpoint in the incredible North America West Division. We only have one spot for these players to qualify in today, and the games have been insane so far. And to take that away, we've got GB and Pookie. Guys, are you ready for these insane games right now?
It's going to take you a little while to get here if you keep doing that.
Oh, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm committed.
All right, I respect that.
You know?
I respect that. She committed. She went for it. Thank you so much, Kitty. And yes, we're at that midpoint here for NA West, which means that the games are going to get that much more intense as players are looking to climb the ladder and get into the top 10, and what's most importantly, getting that first spot. Sitting at the top, though, were two duos, Pooks, that are already qualified. So they're kind of ruining the experience for everyone else right now, you know? Bodying a few people out there. Looking pretty good.
You see it as ruining the experience. I see it as asserting dominance, so.
I like the way you think. Let's jump into the action now and check out the next block of NA West. Let's see what we have in store.
Oh, starting off with Sean and Aiden. Here are these boys. We've seen them a little bit so far today. Not too much. Aiden had some great plays a couple of games ago, so we'll see if he is able to carry the momentum over into this one. Sean is right by his side. It looks like they're trying to make a rotation onto these two players here in their box.
Oh.
Unsuspecting, just completely takes out Soku. He was not ready for that at all, GB.
Yeah, and then you're going to have Sean right there with him, hunting him down, and that's going to be J-Bud and Soku, who are going to be falling at the hands of this ghost duo, Aiden and Sean. They're in third place in the standings currently. This is their road to that point, and just a highlight as well for you folks at home. We're looking at the replays as they happen. So we're going to check out the games. The games are, or I should say, the games have already happened. We're jumping into it a few moments after those matches have concluded. And there's some players who maybe aren't streaming from their perspective, so we're diving into all of these different point of views. But we implore you, though, if you're a fan of a particular player and you want to check them out and they happen to be streaming, please go on and watch their perspective. It's always fun to see where your favorite player drops, how they play the early game, how they get out of sticky situations in the mid game, and if they're lucky enough to be able to come out with that victory royale. Let us know who you're rooting for. Use that hashtag Fortnite World Cup. Tweet at us for NA West. Who do you want to see go to the finals in New York City for NA West this week? Use that hashtag. Let us know.
I think it's safe to say at this point, Jiba, that Sean and Aiden are definitely a favorite of a lot of people. I know that I've been talking to some of the people in my community, and they cannot wait to see what Sean and Aiden are able to do. Neither can I, but here we are with Zizro and Ramos. Now, they look like they're splitting up their resources here. Excellent use of time. They recognize, you know, zone's not moving for a while. They can kind of play this a little bit slow. Just take a look, see if there's any opportunities to put out some damage. You can hear a trap going off up above, and it looks as though there is a duo right above them. They are going to drop in.
The edit down there, and Rama was not aware, did not own that floor, and then is going to pay dearly for that. And the positioning right now of the AIM duo, Zizro and Ramos, is going to be centered right here. This storm now moves on forward, and that is going to be their opportunity to pop their rift to go and find themselves in a more advantageous position, hugging the wall here of the safe zone. And look at all these players starting their rotations, looking to get to some safety. You're going to have Rux and Pika in here, a dynamic duo who we've seen each and every week perform. Is this going to be their week? One has to wonder. It has been Aiden and Sean, though, all day as far as standings are concerned. And then you got Harmful here as well with Vayne.
Yeah, and you know, we haven't seen a ton from them today, but very solid duo, always very consistent. We're gonna have to see how everything plays out. Unfortunately, Vayne does get tagged up and goes down. Harmful does take a ton of damage as well. He has to move quickly. The storm is at his back, and he has a long way to go, but look at this rotation, GB. All of these players in this tight little circle vying for that tiny amount of real estate up north, you know, setting up their cottage, setting up their homestead. Who is going to make it up there first? It is like a long weekend on the 401 in Canada. I know you're not Canadian. I know you don't get that joke, but I guarantee you there are some Canadians talking about right
well,
now.
there's an entire country that understands that reference.
Harmful's going to drop down and take out Aggro with him. Only has 33 health. Needs that siphon to be able to stay alive. Gets it! And is making his way precariously through these builds. Picks up another elimination off of Runger. He is on an absolute tear, GB.
Yeah, this is a good run for Harmful. He's going to have 5 eliminations currently. Vayne out of the game here. We have 2 eliminations and top 15, so they're going to start to earn themselves some placement points. It's going to be 3 points on the board for each of the 15 duos that will remain in here. The next placement threshold will be 10 points. And then that Storm is going to move back where Harmful came from. And he's waiting. He was waiting for that player to poke a lot of noise as well. So there's just going to be a sensory overload here for a lot of players, looking to find out where they can pick off some of the players that are on the move, maybe not watching their 6, and could get caught off guard.
Yeah, and Harmful has to be very careful here. He didn't have any builds to his name up until he picked up 5 of them right there. Not a lot. Now back down to 0. That is why he's trying to be extremely sneaky and catch somebody off guard, which he absolutely does. Rusian goes down to the flint knock, absolutely obliterates.
Wow!
And then Harmful turns around and flicks the shotgun and says, you know what? Tacos, you're going down too. He's on an absolute tear. He cannot be stopped.
He is destroying the low ground here. This has been all Harmful. He just got 3 eliminations from that run. Bear in mind, folks, he had zero builds, and now he's going to be sitting at 95. This was looking dire for Harmful, and maybe he can make a flint knock play here, but it's going to be really ambitious. We're now in the top 6, 9 players remaining total.
Yeah, Harmful's going to take this moment to just heal up a little bit. He has a few more points to his name, but is going to take some tags. Goes back down to 27 HP, but it's okay. He's got time now. He has time. There is a player trying to break into his builds. He builds the stairs to block any shots from the edit. Unfortunately, it isn't going to be enough. Rux takes him out. Excellent work from Harmful, though. He was putting on an absolute clinic, but here we are looking at Pika right now. Him and his duo Rux are still in this game. It is a 2v1v1. They are together. We have Spectral in the middle and Tanks taking ultimate high ground here, but you know what?
Look who's low, folks. It's Rux and Pika. WBG represent. Ty Tanks is going to be in a rough spot now. And then Rux playing outside if he can get a shot down, but he won't be able to connect. And now that's going to leave it into a 1v1. Rux went for the heroic play. He didn't have a lot of health remaining, but is this going to secure the victory? No, Ty Tanks.
Wow.
Ty Tanks gets the victory royale.
What?
4 eliminations, and Rux, he was hoping that by poking out, he would have caught that player off guard, because you never really suspect players to go out into the storm and then try to challenge those fights, and that just freaked me out.
What? Speaking about something freaky.
Yeah, that just freaked me.
What
That
is this?
The eyeball.
I am a little nervous right now.
Get out of here.
Okay, sorry.
That's it. Canadian jokes, bad puns.
Okay. This is getting a little aggressive.
What do you think this is? The Kids on the Block?
All right.
Think this is an episode of Degrassi?
Okay, you know what? When I'm feeling a little attacked, I'm just going to do what I always do and just default right to talking about the gameplay. So Kilroy taking out Raj. He just gets completely annihilated by that RPG. We see that Kilroy still has 7 rockets in his inventory and going to be able to do a ton of damage. Look at the pressure that is being applied to that structure. Stink bombs, grenades, you've got RPGs coming in. You have everything. If you are in that real estate right now, you better sell and find another place to go live, because you are not going to be living there for much longer.
Yeah.
We see his duo's partner here is still alive, but I'm not quite sure where he is right now.
The rent's too high. The rent's too high. But here we are with Kilroy. As the action continues, we're going to have 24 duos in this one. And I'm also going to give you a compliment, because that real estate joke was a real hitter. That was a good one.
real
I liked it. I liked it.
Somebody clip it. I think that's the first time GB's ever complimented me.
That's not true. That's not remotely true. You have to find me on my good days, though, you know? That's just a fact. Well, you got Kung here, along with Gree. They have no eliminations. or excuse me, 1 elimination. Gree, I was looking at Gree with the donut there.
The goose egg.
Yeah, sitting with 0, but look at where they're positioned. They're looking for players on the move. And this is it. There they are, right there, right in the open.
Samster.
Samster gets picked off. There's going to be another one as well. 40 white. So that player's weak, and that player has to move. There's no choice. And there it is. The down going in effect there onto CF Lomato.
You can just hear all of the players rotating here. You hear the shadow bombs being used, the redeploy, the gliders. Everybody is trying to make a vie for the next zone. We see Vic here from E11. We're actually going to take a peek at him right now. Him and his teammate Bumboy L2. Maybe on controller? Do we know that if he's on controller? Because it seems like a controller name.
I'm pretty sure. And typically, you know, when you hit that, when you're about that L2 life, you know, you just gotta roll with it. Look at this though. He's gonna have a window right into this box, and these players now have to turtle up and defend themselves. But Bumboy is gonna go down. Vic has to get to his teammate, but now the pressure, the tables have turned, and it's gonna be Vic now having to deal with these players looking to push up on him. And he waits it out there for a brief moment. Needs to make the move and is gonna drag a few players with him in the rift to go. And with the current state of competitive Fortnite, you need to be careful with the rifts to go because a player could tag you in the air. A lot of players have found ways to be able to do that. And then also another thing I love to talk about is the awkwardness of this snow biome. The cliffs so steep, polar peak, look at that. They're living up to the name. Look at all these players that are gonna have to deal with this. It's moving little by little, but I think that they might be a smidge okay here for the time being.
Now, all of these players at the bottom are going to have to make moves, and they are going to have to make them quickly.
Okay, now they gotta go.
So difficult to climb up this. There's 10 players down there.
Oh, this is bad. Yeah, there you go.
They're gonna go down.
There you go.
There's no way that
Cypher.
unless they have any kind of mobility, they're absolutely just going to be taken out of this match by means of storm damage.
That was rough to see. That was rough to see. Cypher, I love you, buddy. I hope you're doing well. Gobble gobble. Storm just ate you up because that was brutal to watch here. Now it's going to be scented and edgy. And if I'm wrong here, please feel free to correct me, but I'm fairly certain this is going to be scented and edgy. Scented, who used to duo with Psalm, phenomenal duo that I had the opportunity to commentate over in the Lux Cup. They were so fun to talk about, and it's good to see Scented still continuing on his ways of top performances. Now going to get brought down to 48 effective HP. He doesn't have his teammate Edgy as well, but they are going to be in the top 10, so they have earned themselves 5 points. That next placement threshold is going to be at 7 points there for 5th place. So close. Confirmation goes through onto Kilroy, and now we're coming down to the wire here, Pooks.
Yeah, and you can see Scented there utilizing the minis to put himself in a little bit of a better position, getting that siphon, and then picking up the RPG. So you know what? He's in a much better position now than he was just shortly, but drops down Vide. Vide is actually going to take a huge hit from that and gets eliminated by Scented's trap. An excellent use there of the double trap. Will he pop the slurp juice as soon as he gets in? I'm thinking he might, but he is going to try and put the launch pad down. It gets blocked off by his own ram, so he's going to have to kind of build out and tunnel through this. He's got players above him, so he's going to really have to be careful with how he utilizes his builds. He only has 34 remaining, and they are dropping fast. You need to be very careful. You never know where this zone is going to move next.
I want to know what's up with Blind. You know, what does he have in his kit? Because he's all the way down low there. Oh, and then Scented goes up for the challenge against Alex, but Alex will get the better of Scented. And now we're down to the final 2 duos, and
Blind's just chilling.
Yeah, Blind is just living his best life all the way up here. Or all the way down here, I should say. They think he's going to be scattered about by them, but they don't know.
They have no idea where he is right now.
They're looking for him.
He's having some campfire and marshmallows, maybe making some s'mores.
Where's Waldo? Oh, they found him. Okay, they found Waldo down low. All right. Oh, Alex goes in for it, and he gets the elimination.
Wow.
What?
What? Alex knew exactly where blind was, saw the campfire going off, so he knew that blind had to be low. So what does he do with the double RPG? He jumps off the side of the mountain, fires the rocket, and ends blind, netting himself a victory royale.
That was crazy. Good timing and just good, again, right? The duos, I think Bala referenced it a lot, being able to coordinate, talk to your duo, right? They for one, I wonder how that conversation goes. Okay, are you going to take the fall?
Let's act this out. Okay.
Yeah, I'm down. It's like,
All
hey,
right.
hey, are you going to take the fall?
I don't know. I mean, I have 2 RPGs. I guess I could do it. You know what? You just stay up here. I'm going to drop down.
All right, have fun.
And
And then that's it. That's the end of it. That is the conclusion to this whole thing.
There.
I think that was again a very well executed end game there for that duo. Congratulations to Alex and his partner. But now moving on though. NA West queues are going to be open for 28 minutes, and there's going to be Harmful and Vayne. Now, Harmful and Triggy were a duo playing for Reciprocity. Still a part. These two players still a part of Reciprocity, but they have split off, playing with different players here. And I've always been a huge fan of Triggy and Harmful. I talk about them a bunch whenever they pop up on broadcast. They never cease to impress me. And even without them playing with one another, I'm still confident in their abilities as competitors. They've always shown up on finals day, but it's going to be a tough one, Pooks, because you saw the top of the leaderboard, 70 points or so for these players here, and you got Aiden and Sean, who have been really playing really out of their mind, I should say.
I mean, Aiden wants this badly, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, they both do. Aiden and Sean both want it, so...
I mean, everyone here wants it.
Yeah,
right?
that's you know, that's the understatement of the century. You know, everybody wants it, but it's how badly do you want it, you know? Like, and we're in week 8, you know? We've had 3 other weeks for the duo competitions. I feel as though, you know, if you've stuck with your duo partner for the last 3 weeks now, you know, there's got to be more synergy that's been built. You don't go through an esports competition such as this one and come out weaker. You know, anything that happens, regardless of how you perform, you're constantly evolving as a team, constantly learning ins and outs. You're adjusting to the new metas together. You know, you're just growing as a teammate. So that's, I think, why we've seen this progression throughout the last 3 duo competition weeks, where these players have now just their gameplay's gotten tighter. I can only imagine that their comms have gotten better. You know, so at the end of the day, you know, I'm going to be the one to say it. I'm going to be the mom, and I'm just going to say it. Regardless of if you win or lose, these guys have grown so much, and I love seeing that.
Okay, so confirmed that Pookie is the one that hands out the participation trophies. You did good, little Timmy.
You did great.
Here's your
Aiden.
trophy.
Here.
But I will agree with you, though. I will definitely agree with you that the cool part about this whole process, we've been seeing a lot of players improve and grow. We've learned a lot about new players. Constantly got to talk about Dubs and Mega and the impressive performances that they put together week in and week out. And I think that this is just kind of been the fun part about the World Cup for me. It's been recognizing and learning about all these new players.
It's been great.
Yeah, it has been really cool. And we were always talking about the usual suspects. Aiden, obviously, being a part of that, and for due reason. He's a very good player. But it's cool to be able to have that discussion about the fresh faces that are making their way in competitive Fortnite. And we'll be seeing a lot of those players in New York City for the finals, competing for millions of dollars. But onwards, though, to the task at hand for Aiden and Sean, who have 1 elimination, and they will be earning themselves some placement points here. As they sit now in the top 15, the next threshold will be at the top 10. Let's see if they can keep this one going. High ground control as well, Pooks. A good spot to be. Not the only one in the high ground, though. They just happen to be on the high ground on the opposite side, and they were forced down for a moment. But they're going in there for the fight. They're looking to box this one out and see if they can force these guys off of the high ground, and they do just that. The high ground belongs to them.
Yeah, and we've seen this as quite the theme with Aiden and Sean today, you know, making that very aggressive push. I think that's been why they've been so successful today. They are playing more aggressively than we have seen them in the past, just going for the plays for the high ground, pushing it. Oh no! Aiden knocks took Sean down with the RPG. There was a little bit of miscommunication on that, and now Aiden is actually having to fight for the high ground against another player. He doesn't have a choice, GB. He has 3 AR shots in his AR, 39 in his drum gun, 4 in his RPG. He is going to try and make his way down back to Sean, which was probably the best play at this point because he was running out of builds very, very quickly, didn't have the ammo, didn't have a way to get down and disengage. So going for the fight for high ground there, it was kind of a lost cause.
That was actually a really great play there from Aiden with the Splodes. Knew where that build was being held up. That's going to give them the second elimination. 3 total now. So close to top 10. Another one registered there onto Saucy Carlo. He got
Aiden
11
has
duos.
nothing.
Yeah, he has nothing.
Left.
Neither does Sean. Sean has 5 builds remaining. This isn't looking good here for the Ghost duo, but the good news for them is that they have put an inspired game together here.
Aiden goes down, GB.
Yeah, well, Aiden's out of the action, and then there goes the pick onto Septile. The confirmed Elim, giving him a few more builds. Maybe Sean could turn this into a good series of events here. That is going to be the question on our mind. Was Aiden going down and him being able to just react from that player putting the pressure on him? Is that going to be the plus that he needed? Now, he has no more builds left. He's got to look for the play. He's got to linger about, finds a player right in front of him. He's going to get caught. He's going to get stuck, and he does go down. He's going to play the low ground warrior all the way down low, Pooks. Now we're going to have 6 duos remain.
Look at this little corner he found. He doesn't have any builds at all, so he doesn't have a choice. Whether he wanted to play low ground or not, this is the situation he's put himself in, and now he has to try to capitalize on it. He has the ammo, though. He has the shield. He just does not have the builds. He doesn't even have anything to place those traps with.
He's got to wait for a fight. That player pops the shadow bomb. And then another one comes around the corner. It's Cortex. And he just clotheslines him as he comes right around there. And then Sean is going to give him a piece of his mind. And here's Sean once again with this blue tack, putting it to work now. And the trap is out, goes right on over. He does have possession of that wall, but he doesn't have possession of much else. He has 2 builds remaining, and Carson with the cleanup on aisle 3. That's going to leave us with 3 duos remaining now. And just 1 duo will still be a firm team, but they're going to be in the low ground. Carson, he has himself the Rockets. You're going to have Andrew in Tacos, as well as Harmful. Harmful on the mid ground. He's waiting for the moment there, but that's the connection. Again with the Splodes. Carson has been raining from above with those Splodes and been putting them to brilliant use now. The builds for Carson are sitting at 7, and he's going around for the ambitious play. If he can get the elimination, maybe this could be the siphon, but no, and it's Tacos. And that was an ambitious play there from Carson. I gotta respect the gusto there, but it did not pan out for him.
He knew it was a 2v1 at that point. He knew he didn't have much of a choice. Didn't have anything left in his RPG. Like you said, only 7 builds. He needed to make a big play and hope for the siphon. He just was not able to clutch that one up. But here we are in another match, and this one looks very interesting. We are over here at a very fun portion of the map. Do you ever drop shifty shafts at all?
No. It's an area that I actively avoid.
Is it too shifty for you? You don't want to get shafted?
That was a good one.
Thank you.
It was like, I don't really have much of a response after that. It's like I have to accept it, move on, and embrace what that moment was. So brilliantly done there. Brilliantly done. So we got Spook and Mr. Mowgli. And look at what they're doing. What this is here is you see all this wood down low, and they're just getting all of the possession of these walls, of the cones, as well as the flooring, and then they'll build out maybe a little bit more, go back, grab some more wood, continue to keep that wood count high, so that when they actually need it, they'll be able to just go back and pull from the well once again.
Yeah, and you know what? It's also interesting, too. They are using the natural resources here. So there are natural walls here in Shifty Shafts that are made out of wood. So not only do they have the little loot piles that they can go back to, but they can also harvest more if they absolutely need to. So they're sitting in a very, very good spot. Max resources on both of them. You love to see it this late in the game because, you know, there are major hills around here, and if the zone does end up moving over one of them, we've seen how that can diminish players' resources in an instant.
Yeah, kind of like what you see here with this massive hill. There's AGD and Astra, we saw earlier on. They'll have themselves some ballers.
Ballers.
Close to the next placement threshold now.
Bushes,
64 points.
Ballers, one gun. That's all you need.
And, you know, bear in mind, we'll keep tabs of it, but sometimes there are some issues in the spectator where, you know, they would use an item and it would appear later on, but okay, you got to get through. Got to get through. Okay.
Oh, did it?
Right. Yep. There you go. There you go. You made it out of there. When in doubt, hop in your baller and just keep spamming, and you'll get out eventually.
Get it eventually.
Look at that.
Look at them picking up all these resources here down at the bottom. Yeah, like you said, they must have additional in their inventory. There was a big shield there that they didn't pick up. But they are going to just post up here on the edge of the zone, use those cones and the ceilings to make sure they have that double layer of protection. You know, double heavy snipe is not something they want to have to endure this late in the game. It would be disastrous for them. Just using these edits to peek out, maybe rain some shots on some enemies, see if they can get some damage, using the stinks, throwing those over there to just apply pressure and force enemies to move.
Yeah, the stinkers are such a good zoning tool, and the down for Astra and AGD, that's going to be Elim 2. And they're now in the top 15. So more placement points come, or actually say the first wave of placement points. They're looking to get some more, though, and they'll still have another stinker to be able to use.
Gonna have to make it to top 10 to get those additional points for placement, but the way they are sitting right now, they look very comfortable. They do have the mobility in the form of the ballers. Now, keep in mind, the ballers' health has been taken down a little bit, so they are not as strong as they once were. So once you start getting tagged in these items, you need to be very careful and react quickly. Make sure you know where you are going to live. Look at all these ballers. Stevie, I can't remember the last time we saw this many in a match, but these guys are using them very, very well, kind of using them to scout up this high ground to see if they can take it, and are they going to make a play for it? We're going to have to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of space for these ballers to play around, so then no one's really punishing them either. Which hey, no reason for you to poke out and shoot a baller. It's not necessary. At the very least, that could be what some of these players are thinking of now. You got Favs and Golden, who are also in the top 10. We didn't really get a chance to cover them, but they've appeared so many times. I've made the joke that Golden is my second favorite player. My first favorite player, obviously, being Flossin. Obviously, Flossin. But you know, as a fellow Fatal Field, well, he doesn't actually do Fatal Fields, but he made the greatest play at Fatal Fields, hence why he's one of my favorites. But in all seriousness, though, Golden and Favs, they had a good semifinal day yesterday too. Obviously, they made it to this point, but we jumped in with them a few times, and they were able to land a few victory royales. This is another duo that has just been showing up. And then Rich Homie Quinn, another name that pops up in the qualifiers time and time again. There's someone down low here, but Homie Quinn looking to go for it.
And he does.
Does manage to snag that shot there. That is going to be an elimination on Robert.
Very, very clean shot with the combat shotgun coming out of Rich Homie Quinn. We took a look at him a little bit yesterday. He was playing very, very well. So we're going to have to see how he fares in these matches today. He is trying to build up the side of this mountain. Like I said, this is a very hilly area just outside of Shifty Shafts, and the chances of the zone ending up on the top of one of these mountains was pretty high. You can see here it is starting to move up. These players are starting to make the rotation. Brecky using the Shadow Bomb up at the very top left-hand corner of your screen there. You can see him using that to scale up the side of this mountain. He's got KNG, Lino, and Barl right beside him, though, so he is going to have to be very careful. We know how strong that duo is, but Homie Quinn just taking out Inaki there, no problem at all for him. He's got the resources, he's got the utility, he's got the heals, so hopefully he can pull something out here. But now the zone is going the opposite way. So these players are having to navigate over all of this terrain, GB.
Yeah, the zone can't seem to make up its mind. And Lino and Barl already qualifying for the Fortnite World Cup Finals. Looking to play spoiler here for a few of the players left in this lobby. We got 6 duos remaining, 9 players left total. And there was Brecky, that player that took that high ground earlier on, disengaged and holding on for top 5. So mission accomplished. You got yourself 7 points. Now, go for broke. See if you can get that victory royale and get the 3 necessary points here. Lino and Barl, though, will not make that easy.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to... Oh, my goodness. Brecky gets a huge shot on Mr. Mowgli, and he does go down. Unfortunately,
this is bad.
For everybody below Lino and Barl, they have an RPG, and they are not afraid to use it.
Yeah, this is looking really bad for the players down low. Golden and Fobs are going to be out of here. Spook's going to be out as well. Barely any HP remaining. You can see on the camera to your left here, these players, they're going to have to deal with a really awkward hill that is right there. And that is Lino and Barl's victory royale on the broadcast. Already qualified, but they don't care. They put in the work. Let's send it now over to Kitty, who's in the studio for an update.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yes, it is so exciting to see how well these players are performing now after months and months of practicing for this event. And to break down some of the plays that they've been having today, Bala, what have you prepared for us?
Yeah, we've got a bunch of awesome plays, a little highlights of the last couple of ones. The first one being Aiden. I love that he drops down there onto the cone, making it so that if the player does decide to, stairs out, he's not going to be able to place that stair, not going to be able to put him under it. And then following it up with the wall replacing the stair edit with his teammate Sean. And Sean is such a good, player to look back and find these eliminations when you're looking back on the zone. Then Harmful, he had a run, just barely getting into the zone with the siphon. What a play there. Not only did he pick up 1, but 2 to make it all the way back in the zone. He's going to continue running out of mats just here. But hey, that doesn't matter when you're Harmful and you've got aim like that with the flint-knock pistol. Gonna take down that player, and hey, it's not even over. Another player charges head on in the box. That's Tacos, and Harmful's going to pick him off. And again, still not even over. Harmful goes for 1 more in the zone. The player's making the edits on him, but he just holds his shotgun out, because he knows, hey, I don't really have a play to make here. I just have to wait for you to make the mistake onto me. Now, Pika and Rux, we've talked about them a lot. They still haven't made the qualification in duos, but they are such a strong pair. Winning that one, and then Scented picking up the elimination, but he realizes immediately that he's going over Polar Peak without any mobility besides those shadow bombs, and it's going to be very difficult. He's going to make it through the rift, even taking 70 damage in the storm there, but that's perfectly fine because he needs to get up on top of Polar Peak. 19th place right here for the duos. Obviously, we know the threshold is at 15th, right? That first one, but he's actually going to make it while we watch this elimination here from Alex, who goes on to win the game. He's going to make it to top 5 because of that rift. Right here, Alex is fighting for high ground on guess who? Scented. And he's by himself. That rift brought him all the way up Polar Peak, and he's going to get top 5 from that. But then this launch pad launches, hits his head, and then comes down. So the launch pad to hit his head was actually genius because he's going to fall directly down onto the player down below and clutch up that win. And guess what? Scented and Edgy with that clutch rift to go play in Polar Peak. Getting that top 5 is going to put him in first place, overtaking Sean and Aiden, who are just there, right behind him.
Wow, that is so wild. And with 4 games remaining, too, I mean, you see Rux and Pika not far behind, but they only have 1 game left as the queues are getting ready to close. We've got a few more games coming up. NA West is almost done. More games to come, but we are going to take things to a break before we close it all out.
Hey Fortnite fam, BallaTW here to get in the nitty-gritty of competitive Fortnite. The final circles in competitive Fortnite are packed tightly with both action and players, all fighting to get the victory royale. Let's introduce one of the most common techniques used to outlast your opponents in those congested final zones. What is tunneling? Also known as snaking or pathing, this is when you build a protected tunnel while running away from the storm and into the next safe zone. When these safe zones get so small, this becomes very, very important, as there can be opposing players on all sides of you. Here's an example of the most basic tunnel, the straight tunnel. From your base, you simply build straight towards your destination straight ahead of you, with a floor piece below your feet and above your head. This is the most basic and also dangerous version of the tunnel, since you're not covering horizontally. You're exposed from your sides. However, you save materials by doing this. The materials you spend covering your sides quickly add up. Then, if you need to go diagonally to get where you need to go, you'll often see players do the diagonal tunnel. At its most basic, it's very similar. You're just changing directions as you go, once left, once right. This is very useful since sometimes you'll encounter enemies that you want to get away from on the road to the Victory Royale, or the next safe zone is in a diagonal direction. So just change directions and move, but make sure to stay safe from the storm. Now we talked about how you're exposed from your sides. In both versions, you can add walls to either side, or both left and right, or even in front as well. This gets really hard really fast, and this is why it's so impressive that not only are these high-level players tunneling so fast and without error, but at the same time going for crazy plays on unsuspecting opponents to rack up elimination points as well as placement points. It's a lot to take in, and oftentimes they do things so fast that you can't even keep up. Watching players like Cease, Désole, Mongrel, Benji Fishy, and all the players playing in the Fortnite World Cup Online Open play from their tunnels can be jaw-dropping. So there you have it. Tunneling, one of the most important skills in competitive Fortnite. It's pretty simple at its core, but at the high pace of these congested endgames, it gets complicated. That means you need to practice, and make sure to hop in creative mode and do just that. You can practice it in the open on your own island, or use one of the many amazing pre-built training courses that creators have made. This was BallTW, and we'll see you in game.
Qualified is actually such a relief, such a big achievement, and something I've been working for almost a year now. It feels really good.
I think it's one of my biggest accomplishments. It's just a massive, massive pool of people.
You need to be so incredibly proud of your son being one of the best, one of the best solo Fortnite players in the world.
It's still hitting me like slowly.
I was literally just laughing. Like, I was laughing so much.
Wow, I won $50,000 guaranteed, and I'm going to New York.
Yeah, gonna keep 50,000. Oh,
there you go.
As a kid, this is basically all you dream of.
The hype's really real.
It's a game I can compete in, and I think that's why I have so much fun in it.
Oh my God! Oh my goodness! What a play!
I'm incredibly grateful for Fortnite for giving me the opportunity to just pursue gaming, and how many friends I've made through this game.
Thank you for everyone who believed in me, because I honestly didn't really believe in myself.
It's gonna be so fun. I love it.
It's awesome. Thanks, Fortnite.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, and everyone in between. Happy Pride Month, all y'all out there. I'm Sundown, and we're here at the Fortnite World Cup Online Open, week number 8. We've seen all the other regions finish up, and we're here in the closing moments of NA West. The Qs have just under 10 minutes left, and we're going to get right into the action, right into the games, and I'm going to call out our amazing caster duo of Kitty Plays and Zikamus Prime. Guys, take it away.
Oh, I ran out here so quick.
You were really excited about that.
I ran out here so quick.
I was still like mid-transition.
No, I got here quick. I'm so ready for this Best Coast, games.
West Coast, Best Coast.
I don't know why I always get to end all the West Coast streams, and I really, really, really enjoy it. And I hope we get to see a little bit more of Hannah and Carly, who have been tearing it up for Gen G today. And we got some of the final games. These are the best games of the day.
Let's do it. Only a single duo. Okay. Of course, they're gonna start with the dope shots. Okay. Oh, it's on its side. Okay.
Can I talk about the ice cream I had from my ice cream truck the other day?
Yeah, sure.
They got this thing. It is a cup. It had mango in it.
Whoa.
Okay, mango sorbet with pieces of mango, but then mixed into it was like the red spicy stuff. It's a tamarind. Like, what is the?
That sounds right.
Oh yeah,
right?
It was so good. I don't know the name of it. If you guys could tweet me the name of what that was called, because I want to go and buy a ton of it. Okay, that's
there it
all.
is. Hashtag Fortnite World Cup.
Hashtag Fortnite World Cup. At Kitty Plays on the internet. Come find me. Let me know what I'm describing is called, so I can eat it every day. All right, we're in NA West. We got 4 minutes left, Zeke, for these players to queue into their final games to be able to qualify for the Fortnite World Cup at the end of July. There's only one spot.
I know. It's weird to think that the time has flown by so quickly, but all good things eventually do come to an end.
Oh,
except jokes, they live forever.
That's actually like one of the saddest statements in the entire world. So.
I know. We're gonna keep the fun going.
I don't know how to deal with that. We're spectating Vic and Bumboy.
Bumboy, L2. There you go. Remember a few weeks ago they were E11 Vic and E11 Vicaros, and it was like, oh okay, yeah, it's just the same person. Just playing with his toesies and with his.
Well, who were we casting yesterday? Epic Whale and Epic Whale's duo.
Duo partner. That was actually Seal Matt. Yep. Oh, you know what we should do actually really quickly, in case people have just been tuning in for the first time today. Hello, welcome. Hope you've had an amazing Sunday. In case you guys didn't know, maybe this is your first time watching, just need a refresher. Let's talk about the format pretty quickly.
Ooh.
Top 15, top 10, top 5 victory hour. Your placement thresholds. Every elim is a point. And that's how everyone's earning points, moving up and down the leaderboard. So, we still have 4 more duos that need to go down. This is the last few games coming out of NA West.
Yeah,
did I forget anything?
I don't think you forgot anything. I think it's just important to note that with this being, one of the last lobbies that these players are able to queue into now, you're going to see everyone hanging in for their dear life for as long as they can, a really highly populated final zones, because these players want that spot.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite person?
I had a couple of you guys send me clips from yesterday. I just think it's great. The 16 lilies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was very well done. It destroyed me.
My other favorite, RPG.
I was like, no, his name is Fly Edgy. Oh, the RPG.
The
right.
RPG, yeah.
The RPG, yeah, of course.
Yep. Here we go, everybody. All these two need to do high ground. They're not going to pick up that redeploy apparently, but they do have those shadow bombs. A lot of players opting to go for that instead of the redeploy. I think it's a great play. You got the studded pickaxe, the extra quiet. That's actually the pickaxe that I use as well. And the number 7 for good luck. Like, Lily is in great position to win this entire game.
Oh, they've got quite a few people around them. Arkham and Falcon are there. Slowfo has been down just a box away. And I mean, look, they want eliminations. There's only, Falconer gets destroyed. And it's actually by Edgy, Lily's duo partner. And now look, they're on the hunt. They want more, Kitty. They're saying we need every single point. Because that single qualifying spot, we've got our eyes.
Knock to the storm. It was the last hit on that player. It got caught in the storm and did get taken out. Literally building out for his teammate, making a nice little spot for them to tunnel through towards that zone. They got a big rotation right now. Spicy and Vide at the front end of that rotation. Heisen trailing up the back, and we got a couple players and ballers, but I'm assuming that that's not going to last for long. They're definitely going to be taken out very soon.
We still are nowhere near top 15. As I say that, though, people getting blasted left and right.
Jamin!
The lobby is going to be thinned out.
Those ballers.
It's crazy that sometimes you just see people kind of like walk by a baller. They just kind of let them stroll on by and they're like, everything will be fine. Now, sometimes people will hop out. They will retaliate. You got to be really careful.
Yep.
Especially in the finals. I mean, everyone's looking for that slight little edge that they can get. Those points do make a difference.
Oh, yeah, these players are so quick in their reaction time to hop out and hop right back in and make sure that they're going to absorb any oncoming damage from peeking out like that. But Calvin going for the edit play onto Surfs up Dylan, who does get taken out. There is a stink grenade ticking on top of them right now. Now his teammates finally decided to hop out his baller as well and support him. They're going to do a rift for this next rotation. This is quite a far rotation to go, and with everyone so closely stacked on top of each other, these two don't have to worry about any shots coming up from below.
And it doesn't seem like anyone else has used other Rift to Goes or launch pads, so these guys are just floating down by themselves. Edgy, though.
Got high ground, and that RPG, it's a and Edgy.
Oh, the shots are going to be coming down from the skies. Now the question is, don't forget, we've got that other duo that's floating down. Will they hear them, though? We see shots going down. Blue numbers are damage over onto the shields of those players. I want to hop on over to Edgy's dual partner, who's actually scented, by the way. Liquid scented. I know the Illy can throw some people off.
I don't want to make this confusing for anyone.
No, it's
these players certainly do.
Yeah, they do, of course. But here we go, and look at this. Jay Wick on YouTube.
Jay Wick on YouTube. But yeah, you may have gone down in this last game, but at least you got a plug on the mainstream. So
there you go. And now don't forget the queue times are done. That's it. It's over. So we're going to be hopping into the last few games, making sure everyone has enough time to wrap up the games. Because don't forget, you can queue up with those last few seconds left. And then after that, no longer can. 7 players remain. Vide going down on the left side of your screen there. Viper Cyborg as well.
Yeah, Scented gets taken out there. I think he got too focused on that player in the sky and does drop down, quickly makes the rotation back up to Edgy so they're able to reconvene and play together now. He only has the 2 rockets, so it looks like he isn't going to spam them anymore. Is going to make sure that he's using them in the best possible moments. We've got a 2v2v, 1v1 situation.
Oh man, you know, this is exactly what you want to be doing if you're Edgy and Scented here. You almost want to attack the duo down below, right? Force them to potentially engage. Gosh, though, picks up Spicy. What a spicy play. Rex here. He's going to be, unfortunately, well, he's going to be fine. Excuse me. Calvin is going to be in a little bit worse situation with the littlest health and shield. Gosh is now going to be aggressed on by Rex. And look, he actually trades out. He needs to secure this elimination. That siphon is so vital. All right, he's back in fighting condition. It's a 2v1v1 right now, Kitty.
Yeah, and these stink grenades right now coming down on the competition, doing so much work onto Calvin right now. Gosh is able to get up to 125 effective health right now, but Edgy and Scented on that high ground is not something that you want to be going up against. Getting clean shots onto Gosh and taking him out. Calvin does get that siphon now in a 1v2 situation. Edgy going for the edit play, gets the shotgun shot onto Calvin. Calvin just doing whatever he can to bide his time now. No more resources. Needs to get the headshot onto Edgy right now, but that simultaneous drop down shotgun shot, that is why these guys are some of the best players.
That was really dope. Both shots came out almost at the same time, maybe a few frames apart. That's what
it's like synchronized swimming.
I know, except the synchronized combat shotgunning.
Dun, dun, pew 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 pew.
Oh yeah. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Oh
man,
wow,
look at
we
the
just
shot.
took the ramp. That was so
I can hear observers in the back laughing like, yeah, we pulled that off. All right, hashtag Fortnite World Cup. Just say,
give our observers some love, okay? They practice. They've even got a whole obstacle course that they've used to warm up. This is an art form, everybody, okay? We gotta make sure we show them some love, because it's a hard game to spectate. We got 100 different perspectives to check out, and they make sure that it's enjoyable for all of us to consume.
And take sick jumps off ramps.
And yeah, hit leap ramps, bro.
A massive 150 shot over onto the player, and you actually can see the outline of the player. They just bailed. They just ran all the way back down their little ramp there, and they said, you know what? We just got cracked. We don't want any more of this. They're going to try and isolate the player who is down, pick up the elim. There you go.
And they got it. 2 rifts in their inventory, max resources right now. These guys are in a great position to translate into that late game.
Well, again, every interaction matters. You know, everything that happens, especially at this point, if you end someone's run, that could have been their last opportunity to accrue points. So we'll have to see how things go for a lot of these players. Fat Kid Kenny.
That other player still has a teammate somewhere out on the map, so we'll see if he's able to make something of it. But Kenny's up here on that high ground, Doing pretty good for resources, has great positioning already inside of the zone, so now he can take his time and take whatever shots he needs to try and pick up some eliminations on the rotating players.
He doesn't have much in the way of like range, right? He does have the AR. You can use that with first shot.
Okay, these players, you know, it might be a gray AR, but we've seen some of them make it look like better than a legendary.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that just is a testament to their skill, right? This is the top 1,500 duos of the respective region. Top 1,500 NA West. And this is, you put any weapon, doesn't matter what it is, in their hand, it is lethal. I always like to make this joke. I made it twice today. Here's the third and last time for the day. Ready?
Okay.
Everything in their hand is lethal. You should see what they could do with bandages. And that, I'll be here next week, everybody. Goodbye. Someone tries to get crazy. No! The player that tried to get crazy actually knocks, and it was Pate FN there who drops Pocket or Pucket, probably Pocket. And now he's going to try and go on the offensive against the player's duo partner. It's a 1v1. He can't be gone too long from his duo partner Pocket, because remember, they're ticking down right now. You only have so long before your dual partner is eliminated. He's saying, look, I have to get him up. I don't have a choice.
Yeah,
He's hoping this guy is going to drop down.
Is able to figure out exactly where these two are hiding. Kenny's is going now for the full elimination. Pocket only at the 50% mark right now. Does get tagged by...
Oh, you have to go back.
He tagged him. He found him. Now Pocket is going to go down unless he sticks
No way.
to the rest.
No way. Oh, my God. You were seconds. Just literally 1 second. Oh, he should have. Oh, it's tough. I don't know how I feel about that, Kitty. I think he should have just gone for it, you know, like, I don't know.
If he would have gone for it, then he might have been in the fire from his opponent there, so.
Yeah.
Him being, he was able to find the knocked teammate so quickly and get that one tag on him that just sped it up, and it's unfortunate for Kenny's, but we've seen a lot of solo players today pull it off. It's not the end of the world.
Well, I mean, in the end, he did hit top 15. So the first 3 points from placement coming out, that could be enough to make the difference. Look at this.
Oh, look at Noodles. Really utilizing that baller to just sneak right underneath that ramp. We got Ghost Sap in here as well, utilizing that ramp to get a little bit lower with that jump pad. 2 eliminations to his name.
Sap gonna be floating on down. It looks like he might have landed on another team. They hopped out of